Welcome to Decision 2016 Townhall Media Group's election night coverage, America in the Balance. I'm Ed Morrissey for HotAir.com. Joining me is Cortney O'Brien, editor at Townhall.com, and we've both been tracking some of the data that's coming through now. And we understand that only two states have closed their polls, Kentucky and Indiana, and actually in both of those cases, there's at least one county that where the polls are still open. So we don't have voting data, but we do have some early preliminary exit polling. We want to start off our broadcast tonight by talking a little bit about that, talking about what this is. This is actually incomplete polling data. This is not complete. This is the polling data, the exit polls as it was about mid-afternoon today, which were combined up by Edison Research, which is the firm that does all of the exit polling for the media consortium, the broadcast networks, basically, and has been prepared in a report. But they're still actually adding data to this, and it won't be done until after the polls close in all the states today, right?
Right. So there's been good results for Trump and some bad. I mean, they've been mixed. The good news is that 7 in 10 voted that they're sick of government. They're fed up. I think it said 20-some% are angry, and then 43% are dissatisfied. So obviously that would be good news for Trump because he's talked about like draining the swamp, enacting term limits in Congress. So I can't imagine those voters would want Hillary, who's been in politics her whole life. But then again, we have a majority of voters, 61% see Trump unfavorably. So he's not very popular. So.
Not very popular. In fact, I have the numbers up right here. Hillary Clinton is also not very popular. 54% of Hillary's voters, 54% of voters nationwide show Hillary unfavorable to only 44%. Now that's still better than Donald Trump, which is 61 to 37. But you can see that we have one of those elections, and maybe this is the first time that we've seen this, where both major party nominees are overwhelmingly disfavored by large majorities of the American public.
Yeah, they're definitely not winning any popularity contests this year.
No, even though this is maybe the only basis on this that's going to decide this election is basically who's less unpopular. I mean, there's not a whole lot of issues on the table, but what there are, voters are interested in issues. According again to the early incomplete exit polls, 52% of voters said the economy was their number one concern. We're not going to have that up on the screen here quite yet. NBC News also has that in graph form. We just don't have it up at the moment. But 52% in the NBC poll said the economy was their biggest issue by far and away. The largest issue, the immigration, I think, was 18%. Of those voters.
Not good news for Trump.
Not necessarily good news for Trump, although Trump was certainly making an economic argument as well on trade. So it's possible that some of those voters are still Trump voters in that 52%. But apparently in the data, and again, bear in mind that only the broadcast networks have actually seen this data. We're just basically going off of the reports that we're getting from them, that people who chose the economy as their biggest issue chose Hillary Clinton by 15 points, 53-38. Now, if that's the case, then it should be a fairly early evening for everybody. However,
I would add that in addition to the unfavorable rating, 60% said Hillary was dishonest.
Yes.
So that makes me think they still have the email scandal on their minds.
They do. They have the email scandal on their minds, but they also have, and I don't have this here on the screen up here, but I do have it here. 59% said that Hillary Clinton was not honest and trustworthy, but 64% that Trump said that Trump does not have the temperament to serve as president. So again, we have.
So they're not buying into his winning temperament.
No, apparently
claim
not.
At the debates.
No, apparently not. And so you take a look at these, and the positive numbers on both of these are actually fairly similar. 38% of voters think that Hillary Clinton is honest and trustworthy, and 34% think Donald Trump has the temperament to serve as president. So again, I think we're getting down to a sort of a pick your poison sort of electorate here. What's surprising to me, though, in these early exit polls is that it looks like there's a fairly robust turnout this year, and I have to be honest with you, that surprises me because I had assumed that with negative numbers like this, that it would drive turnout down.
Right.
My friend John Ziegler, who writes occasionally at Mediaite now, told me months ago that the high negatives would generate a negative turnout election, meaning that people were going to just come out in droves to vote against the other
Right.
person. And it looks like John might be right. And the reason why I mention this is because hopefully John's watching this. He DM'd me just a few minutes ago to remind me that he had said that, and he was absolutely right. It looks like he had his finger on the pulse there.
It's interesting. My colleague Christine wrote that fewer millennials have been showing up at the polls today, which is not good for Hillary.
No.
And she's obviously not drawing that young vote that Obama did in 2008, 2012. You know, she needed to bring Beyonce and Jay-Z to all her rallies just to get the same amount of people that Trump had solo at his rallies, or without such star power.
It's true, although he certainly did still have a lot of celebrities on his campaign trail, especially in 2008. And I think that actually did add to his draw. But, you know, they had to bring Barack Obama out to Michigan. And today, apparently, the Hillary Clinton campaign is telling reporters there that they feel better about Michigan, but only because Obama was out there making the final sales pitch.
Right.
That tells me that Michigan at least was in play, or at least was in danger of being in play.
Yeah,
so that's something to watch.
Is it true? Someone here in the office said that if Trump wins Michigan, he could take the whole thing. Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how the other states fall out. North Carolina is a toss-up. Robbie Mook told CNN, I believe it was, that they don't think that North Carolina is going to get called until maybe tomorrow. It's going to be that close.
Yeah, because there's a glitch. Yeah.
There's a glitch, but it's also the vote's really going to just be that close.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's different ways to game this out, but basically if Michigan flips and Republicans hold Florida and Ohio, then you don't need Pennsylvania anymore. If you take North Carolina along with it, and that opens up a whole different way of going out through the states. If it's competitive in Michigan, you got to think it's at least a little bit competitive in Pennsylvania because they're very similar voters, similarly situated, also similar in continuity from one election to the next. They've been solidly Democratic states since Ronald Reagan. And so you'd have to think that if Michigan was in danger of flipping on Democrats, Pennsylvania might be as well. And we've been seeing some interesting preliminary data about groundwork in Pennsylvania that suggests that it's going to be more competitive this year. And
I can't give Trump Pennsylvania. I don't feel it's going to go.
I didn't either. I mean, I have my projection. It's up at hotair.com, and I want to make sure that people understand this. This is not my wish list.
Yeah.
This is just my prediction. My prediction was that he'd hold North Carolina, but lose Florida, lose Pennsylvania. And if he loses Florida, and he doesn't grab something like Michigan and Pennsylvania to combine up with it, then I think that you have basically lost the election at that point in time. There's just no way of making up Florida without grabbing another large state. There just aren't that many small states still left on the table at that point. But so Michigan is going to be interesting to watch. I think All Pundit is following that at Hot Air. I know who's following Michigan for Townhall.
I'm not. Probably Vespa.
Matt Vespa will be following Michigan. Yeah. So we're going to be following these states very closely on our websites, hotair.com, townhall.com, and
I have North Carolina, which
I have in North Carolina
might
as well.
not be called for quite a while.
We might be up late. And if so, we'll keep coming back over here and updating you on the election.
You'll get sick of our faces.
You will definitely get sick of our faces. We have lots more people here in the office who are going to be contributing on air. So this is the start of our election night coverage. It's going to be episodic. We'll be coming in and out, but the live stream will continue to run. Lee Wolf is behind the desk there, producing tonight's segment or producing tonight's show. And so we'll be continuing to go along with that. We have live blogs going right now at both Hot Air, Town Hall. We've got Red State in the house here.
Yeah.
And so all of the Town Hall Media Group properties.
And they're feeding us.
And they are feeding us. We had a nice dinner, so there you go. So we'll be back with more as developments warrant. Courtney O'Brien from Townhall.com. I'm Ed Morrissey from HotAir.com. Stay tuned. We'll be back. welcome back to Townhall Media's election night coverage, Decision 2016, America in the Balance. I'm Ed Morrissey from hotair.com. Joining me right now, Matt Vespa, editor from townhall.com. We've been covering some of the states that are closing on the East Coast. I've been looking at Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania will be closing shortly.
I've been looking at Georgia and Ohio. Both are still too close to call, except for Rob Portman. As expected, Rob Portman easily won the Buckeye beatdown against former Democratic Governor Ted Strickland.
But here's another surprise. This one is a surprise call. Evan Bayh has gone down to defeat in Indiana. Todd Young, Univision was the first one, I believe, to make the call.
It is, yeah.
Todd Young has gone to beat Evan Bayh. Apparently pretty significant.
Yeah, that was, I think, what they called it. I think Evan Bayh only had about maybe 33% of the vote.
Yeah, he's getting. It looks like he's getting creamed.
Yeah,
it looks like he's getting creamed. And Representative Todd Young, who's been a fine Republican congressman, is going to apparently become a fine Republican senator, replacing Dan Coates. This was a big pickup opportunity for Democrats.
It was.
And so you have to look at that and wonder how well they're going to do in some of these other Senate races that look close. Right now, Marco Rubio is looking pretty good in Florida.
He's outperforming Trump in Florida.
He's outperforming Trump.
And Portman is certainly going to outperform Trump in Ohio.
Oh, yeah, clearly.
His get out the vote operation was
but Strickland
envious of other Senate Republicans.
Strickland was a bad candidate, and he's been bad for months. I mean, this is not a surprise coming out of Ohio.
He never met his fundraising goals, so therefore no outside money when you don't do your homework.
And this is a former governor of Ohio, by the way, that we're talking about, who just got handily beat by the incumbent senator in a change election in a presidential cycle, too.
Yeah, and I think Portman, again, having a very good political apparatus. He also, in the debates, brought back the fact of why John Kasich beat Ted Strickland in 2010, which was the fact that he kind of left the state in a terrible shape. 350,000 jobs lost.
And Strickland just was a poor candidate. He wasn't good on the stump. So, I mean, I'm not sure how much we can extrapolate from Rob Portman creaming a poor candidate. It's the second time, by the way, that Democrats in the last 2 years have run really bad candidates for statewide office. One was Ed Fitzgerald 2 years ago against John Kasich. He was terrible. Yeah,
he was caught with a
woman who was
not his wife at 3 a.m. without a driver's license
in his car
in a schoolyard. It was just a disaster.
A total disaster.
It was a nightmare.
So I mean, right now, we're looking at the presidential polling.
Yeah.
I have a couple of bellwether things that I've been looking at that don't indicate very good news for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we're seeing statewide vote returns that don't look necessarily that bad for Trump. So let's go over a couple of the bellwethers, and I have them in my book, Going Red. The very first county that I talk about in Going Red is Hillsborough County, Florida. Hillsborough County, Florida is part of the I-4 corridor, a key battleground area of Florida.
Chock full of Hispanic voters, correct?
It's actually a really good mix.
Really good mix?
It's diverse? It's a diverse demographic mix. There's a lot of Latinos pretty much everywhere. But it's a different kind of, the different Latino communities are something that Republicans have difficulty grasping. They try to do one message to all Hispanics, but even the Cuban Americans who live in Hillsborough are different from the Cuban Americans that live in Miami. The Cuban Americans that live in Miami are primarily Castro-era expatriates. The ones who live in Hillsborough got there earlier. Those families came over during the Batista reign, so they were fleeing from something very, very different.
Very different.
Yeah, it was something very, very different, and so they have a different political outlook, and Republicans tend to not realize that when they're doing this. So Hillsborough County, Romney lost Hillsborough County by 6 points, and Hillsborough County was half of the statewide deficit that Romney had in Florida in 2012. McCain lost Hillsborough by 7 points. The early vote totals were around 407,000 votes.
Okay.
That went early.
Yeah.
And Hillary is up by 10 points among those. And bear in mind that Hillsborough County, the total number of votes 4 years ago was 543,429.
And you said current vote totals.
The early votes were 407,000.
Very little wiggle room there, folks.
Very little wiggle room. Now it's very possible that we still have 300,000 or so votes outstanding in Hillsborough, but it's unlikely
that they all break for Trump. Yeah.
And well, I mean, it's just unlikely that you're going to have that many votes.
Yeah.
So you're probably playing with about 150,000 votes or 160, 170,000 votes if it's a really extraordinary turnout, to surpass the 2012 election.
Yeah.
But you're dealing with now a diminishing number of votes in which to make up that 10-point gap. Overall, though, Trump is looking competitive so far in the precincts that are coming back. Bear in mind that Miami-Dade and Broward are typically very late in reporting.
Yep.
And those are heavily Democratic districts.
Yes.
Second thing, North Carolina, Wake County, which is actually the third county mentioned in going red. The early vote totals there, and this is the one that had about 325,000 or so votes, early votes altogether in the presidential race.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton is leading 63-33
Oh.
among the early vote totals there. But again, if you take a look at the state totals as a whole, as they're being reported right now with just some preliminary precinct numbers coming in, Donald Trump is actually up by 2 points statewide. But again, this depends on which precincts are reporting.
Yeah.
And so it's difficult to tell how much of a bellwether this is.
Yeah.
But Romney lost Wake County by 11 points and managed to carry the state. Unless he can start making up the vote totals in there. And again, this is another one where it looks like we've already got 2/3 of the vote in.
Yeah.
If we're looking at 2012's vote totals,
Yeah.
it's going to be very difficult to close that gap significantly. And that is going to make it difficult to win.
Yeah.
North Carolina, by the way, is not fully closed. The polls are not fully closed
Nope,
there because Durham is going to remain open.
They're going to be open for another 90 minutes to make sure all the votes are counted. So,
Yep.
It's a pure toss-up. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and Durham, by the way, is a Democratic-rich county. It is part of the Research Triangle. These are the voters
Which I haven't even looked at yet. I think we got to.
Wake County is also part of the. Wake County and Durham County encompass the entire Research Triangle. Mm-hmm. Basically, it's Raleigh, Durham, and Cary. And Raleigh and Cary are in Wake County, and then Durham is of course in Durham County. And so you have younger voters, college-educated voters,
college-educated
women especially, big time.
Yeah.
It's a big-time college area. Yeah. You've got world-class universities in that. You got Duke University, you've got the University of North Carolina in there, you've got one of the North Carolina State campuses in there.
Yeah.
There are.
It's quite the liberal bastion. Yes.
Well, it is, although it doesn't necessarily have to be.
Yeah.
But right now, at least it is,
for all intents and purposes.
That was part of my point in going red was talking about how you could not make this a
giveaway.
A giveaway, yes. So, all right. So that was where I'm at in the states that I'm covering. Now, we've already talked about Senate races. What's going on in Ohio and some of the other areas you're looking at?
The areas that I've been writing up Rob Portman winning. But I think that in terms of Ohio, Cuyahoga County, Hamilton County, those are usually how they go is how the state goes.
Hamilton County, by the way, used to be very Republican until Barack
Obama came in and won it twice. So
another county from my book. Yeah.
Yes. So we'll see how that goes. With Georgia, again, too close to call. We got to make sure.
And South Carolina's too close to call.
South Carolina's too close to call. Yeah.
That surprised me a little. Yeah, I'm a little
but
nervous.
Hey, Kentucky and Indiana are in. So far, I think Trump is leading in the electoral college vote.
I think he is. Somebody said he's already surpassed Walter Mondale.
Yeah, Walter Mondale. There you go. Look at that. He's doing better than Mondale, and
Well, so is Hillary Clinton.
He's going to outperform Barry Goldwater, I'm sure.
Well, yeah. I mean. Look, I mean, I think that what we're seeing here is pretty much what we expected in a lot of ways. Ohio's going to be close, but we think it's leaning towards Trump.
Yeah.
Right?
I think so.
Florida's going to be close, and we're not sure where that's going.
Yeah.
North Carolina's going to be close, and we're not sure where that's going.
Yeah. And we got when does Michigan close?
Michigan will close at 8, I believe.
In about 5 seconds.
Yeah, about 5 seconds. Michigan will close, and that's
rehashing what Frank Luntz tweeted out about working class voter turnout higher than expected. We'll see what type of trickle effect that has with neighboring states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Ohio, of course.
I don't suspect that you're going to see much in the way of Wisconsin. I was taking a look at Brown County, which is another one of my bellwethers.
Yeah.
And the Slate Votecaster analysis there showed, Republicans are up in Waukesha, which is what we can expect. The so-called WOW counties, Republicans are supposed to be up in those. Brown County, though, is pretty well divided, and you have to run up the score in Brown County in order to win Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So
tough.
We have a call coming in.
Yep. Maryland, New Jersey, and Illinois have all gone to Hillary Clinton.
What a
shocking!
Shock.
So shocking!
I am stunned at this news.
I have no idea. Just I'm stunned, aghast.
Blue states go
stupefied.
blue in a presidential election.
Yeah,
Well,
pretty
there
much.
you go.
Hillary's blue wall in the Northeast is building up. We'll see what happens when we get to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, Michigan, I think are going to
Yeah.
be interesting, and those we're going to start seeing those results trickle in here pretty quick.
soon.
Yeah,
New Hampshire, it looks like
New Hampshire is just closing now
5%
too.
in, and we have a 54.9 Clinton, 40 Trump. But again,
And again,
close.
it depends on which precincts are coming
Yeah,
in.
but
I'll take a look at
it's only 5%. So yeah,
and I'll take a look at Hillsborough County to see where we're at on that too, and
sure.
some of the things because that's another one of my counties in the book.
Yeah.
And in New Hampshire, Hillsborough County is basically a third of all the voters in New Hampshire is in
pretty
Hillsborough
much it,
County.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
And
just the
now
most
I'm
prominent.
looking at Cuyahoga and Hamilton as well, and
Cuyahoga and
trying to see
Hamilton.
what's going on in the Atlanta suburbs, because that's usually where Democrats like to say that that's where they could flip the state, possibly with the large bastion of Democrat voters.
Yeah, I'm not.
in the area.
I don't think Georgia's going to flip. I mean, if Georgia flips, it's the
I don't
election's
think so
over,
either.
But,
Yeah,
but I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
I do see that being a
agree.
long-term risk, though, for Republicans if they can't do better at talking to African American communities, especially. We just have to expand our footprint. Conservatives and Republicans have to expand their footprint among African American voters, and in Georgia, it's going to cost them. It's eventually going to cost them the state if they don't start learning how to do that.
Okay.
So that is a state that's at risk. So, but probably not in this election.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton's not the
yeah,
candidate.
yeah. We have there is some time for the Georgia Republican Party to kind of get back into those areas.
Yeah, no, I think the local Republicans know how to win in Georgia.
Yeah.
I think it's when I talk about presidential elections.
Yeah.
we need to be better at getting into those communities.
And the going westward, the Texan Republican Party is pretty good at has been good at building some inroads with the Hispanic community.
Hispanic community, yes, they actually
you know.
they've been good at that, and you see that in Florida too, for that matter. I mean, we're going to talk about a little bit about the Latino turnout in Florida once we get a good solid exit poll on what it turned out to be, because we suspect that it was
quite explosive.
That it expanded quite a bit this time. But locally, look at the local level and statewide levels, Republicans win elections in Florida, and they do it by getting Latino voters to come along.
And they talk to the people that dot the I-4 corridor, which
Yes.
national Republican elections
Just seem to keep missing.
ignore. Straight up ignore sometimes.
Well, they ignore it, and what they do is they don't talk to the people who are on the ground there. And I think we got the same thing in this election here, which is the reason why I think Florida's at risk for staying Democratic in this
True,
election.
but they did. I spoke to some people at the RNC a couple of weeks ago. They did say that Florida, Colorado, all these key areas, they said they went into these states.
They did,
and they stayed, and they did exactly what you were talking about, talking to these local people,
They did.
updating databases, but we'll see how this turns out.
They did.
This is a 2.5 year project. We'll see how it turns out.
They did, and here's what I think is going to happen.
Year and a half, excuse me.
Well, here's what I think is going to happen is I think you're going to see the impact of that in legislative races, state legislative races. I think you're going to see, because remember, the RNC is responsible for everything up and down the ballot.
True.
And unfortunately, they've been left in charge of the presidential election this time because the presidential campaign didn't want to do this type of campaigning.
Yeah.
They left it to the RNC to do this. So I think you're going to see that pay off, both short-term and long-term, in this election and long-term.
Yeah.
But and people have to remember that the Republican Leadership Initiative, which is what this project is called, is really a long-term project. It has to be a long-term project. It can't just be a one-cycle project. It has to be basically the permanent RNC campaign.
Keep on updating, keep
They
on
have
building.
to just keep it going. They have to.
Which is what Democrats have been doing for the past.
Well, the
couple of
Democratic
seasons.
candidates have been doing this. Barack Obama did it.
Yeah.
But they didn't really have that type of operation in place. I think Hillary Clinton basically recreated at least some of it, because again, we've seen Morning Consult poll come out, and the regular exit polls come out saying that her campaign made a lot more voter contacts than the Trump campaign did. So I think she was able to sort of put the band back together again.
Yes,
in
somewhat,
2016.
Put the band back together again. Yeah.
I saw them. I saw them
movie.
open for the replacements
yeah.
at the Whiskey A Go Go in '87. But they put the band back together again, I think, in this election cycle.
Yeah.
But theirs is candidate dependent. The RNC wanted to be candidate independent.
Yeah.
But it's candidate independent in terms of its organization, but it still requires a presidential candidate who's willing to campaign in a way that takes advantage of those connections.
But do you think that? There's a whole slate of governor's races that no one's talking about, which
Right.
which we're expected to do well in. I think
We are
we're
expected
going
to
to
do
make some
pretty well.
gains in the governor's races. Going to expand our already sizable lead there.
I think at least we're going to protect what we've got. Yeah.
And we're going to looks like we're going to retain the House. It looks like.
Oh, I think we'll retain the House. We may lose somewhere between 8 to 15 seats.
But still,
That's my guess.
That's still a healthy
Based-
majority. It's about 220 something.
Yeah, it's in the 220s to 230s. Maybe.
And if we keep the Senate, then maybe it shows that perhaps maybe the Republicans just picked a bad candidate. Yes?
Yes.
That
Yes.
maybe in the future in 2020 this thing could actually.
I think no matter who wins this election,
Full
they're
effect.
a one-term president. Just because the basis of this election is so negative,
Yeah.
so personal, that I think any candidate with any sort of policy gravitas in 2020 will defeat whoever wins this election, regardless of
Yeah.
whether it's Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. I think they're a one-term president. That's my guess.
Okay.
But we'll see. I also
Yeah.
guessed that it was going to be a low turnout
Well,
election.
debate that amongst
And-
yourselves, folks. I mean, I think
Definitely.
that's, definitely.
We're gonna be back later with some more updates here on our YouTube channel. We'll be having more of our Town Hall editors come in and join us. Maybe we'll also have some of our Red State editors who are
Yeah.
here now at the Town Hall Media Group Decision 2016 America in the Balance election coverage. We'll have Caleb Howe and Jay Caruso possibly coming on camera as well to discuss their points of view and talk about what their coverage is. Be sure to keep watching our coverage at our blogs, hotair.com, townhall.com.
Town Hall election page. Go to the election page.
And the election page at Town Hall, because that's what we're checking.
results.
Townhall.com/results. And redstate.com, of course. Red State is in the house. For Matt Vespa of townhall.com, I'm Ed Morrissey from hotair.com. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly with more coverage of Decision 2016.
See you in a bit.
And welcome to Townhall Live. This is Jason Hopkins, and I've got here with me Gabby Munoz. So we're here to talk about something that, amid all the election craziness right now, a subject that hasn't been brought up much, and that is the gubernatorial races that are going down tonight. So we've got 12 races, and something that's actually different is, unlike the Senate makeup that we have right now, where Republicans are defending the vast majority of seats, we've kind of got a bright spot here for our gubernatorial races. 12 seats. 8 of them Democrats are defending, only 4 by Republicans. And of those 8 that Democrats are defending, we've got a lot of vacancies, and we seem to be doing pretty well right there. So I'm here with Gabrielle, either or, I guess.
Yeah.
So we'll start off with you. I know, and actually a lot of these races have been close, so the only one that's been called since we've sat down is Delaware. So I'll leave you off with that one.
So Delaware is a traditionally Democrat state. Real Clear Politics, as of yesterday, was calling it for the Democrat who became the governor, John Carney. We have up the snapshot we have of it. So basically, John Carney won by 49.3.7%, which was what was expected, but what wasn't expected was how close the race was. So it was within a percent, about a percent and a half.
So you're saying Republicans overperformed in Delaware?
More than they were expecting to, because it is a very Democratic state, and they were not expecting the Republican to win. So the fact that he had it close is surprising and shows that the Republicans are kind of gaining ground and getting more attention in that state.
Okay, interesting. Well, we didn't expect a GOP victory there, so no surprise there, but it's good to know we did kind of overperform there. Again, we're still looking at some close races. Hot races to watch right now. We've got governor's races, Pat McCrory running for re-election in North Carolina. We've got the Indiana race there. Eric Holcomb, he actually had to do a special election in the GOP. The GOP party had to appoint him after Pence moved on to the national ticket. And then we're also looking at New Hampshire. Another Sununu has come to rise there as the Sununu family in New Hampshire. Looking good. I saw the returns there. the early returns not so well, but we'll see how that works out. And then Missouri, actually, I was not expecting Missouri to be close, but Democratic Attorney General Jason Kander doing very well in Missouri, so we're not going to lose that. But last I checked, the Politico's, I'm sorry, not Politico, 538's chances of GOP retaining well, it's the Senate, but whatever, I'm losing. But
governor.
Yeah, I can get caught up with all the names there. But so we'll see. But again, the map favors Republican victories throughout the country here. So we will know that we've got a lot of West Coast, Washington State, Oregon.
Oregon, Utah is coming up too, which is interesting. Even in the presidential race with McMullen and Trump really having that big rivalry. But yeah, Utah, Oregon, Washington State, Montana also towards the West Coast, or on the western side, that should be coming later on tonight. So why do you think it's like no one really is talking about the government races too much? So why do you think, should we be talking about it more, especially within this huge presidential race and even the Senate being super close to call? So why are governors important, in your opinion?
Well, they're certainly important. I'm not surprised right now that it's not being talked about much because, again, out of 50 states, we've only got 12 gubernatorial races going on right now, so just not much at all. So very low number, not much talked about. And a lot of these races are, I mean, they're going to be easy calls. Oregon, Governor Kate Brown, Washington State, I know Jay Inslee up there. He'll not a very good governor up there, but he'll surely win there too. So a lot of these races will be called pretty easily. So there's just not that much competition there.
True.
But we'll see what happens.
It'll be very good if the GOP can keep a majority of governors, especially if, depending on who becomes president, if it's Hillary Clinton, it'll be good to have a strong GOP hold on the governors to maintain states' rights and keep that fight up.
Yeah. And it was just interesting there. I mean, the reason I also, by the way, if anyone was confused, I was bringing up the surprising returns in Missouri because Jason Kander doing so well. I'm not sure how that might do for the rest of the Democratic turnout there. I know Roy Blunt is not performing well there too, so can Greitens pull off a victory? Right now, Jay Nixon is the Democratic governor of Missouri, so there's a potential GOP pickup there. But I don't know. We'll see. I assume Trump to get that, but down ballot, I don't know. Missouri has a penchant for electing Democrats statewide, so we'll see there. Interesting thing about Missouri, though, the Republican and Democrat, the two that are running, just a few years ago switched. Greitens was a longtime Democrat activist.
Really?
Yes, and also the Democrat running there, he was a Republican county prosecutor for like a decade, and then he was actually the caucus leader in the Republican state Senate there. So, kind of interesting, but I guess a lot of cross-party appeal there.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So yes, keep checking in. We'll have updates throughout the night. A lot of the races will be coming in on the West Coast, Utah, Washington, Oregon. Do you have more races tonight too that you want to keep an eye on? Give a special shout out to?
Again, just looking real closely at North Carolina. HB2 has been a very, very decisive, polarizing bill over there in North Carolina. It's basically become the referendum on the election. So McCrory signed it. LGBT activists have kind of been up in arms since then. We'll see what happens. But, actually the hurricane that came through there is actually pulled his poll numbers up. McCrory was down in the polls for quite a while, but then we've seen a last-minute uptick, so we'll see if that can carry over to tonight. But yeah, just that one, and also Indiana also. Oh, and I forgot to also mention, perhaps if not the most liberal state in the union, Vermont. It's already was called for Clinton, just like almost right at 7 when the polls closed. But we're actually looking at a Republican victory there for the governor's seat. Phil Scott, a very famous boxcar racer there. So a lot of cross-party appeal. I mean, of course, your typical Vermont Northeastern Republican, pro-gay marriage, pro-choice, everything like that. But of course, he has to kind of pivot to these positions if he wants to remain competitive in Vermont. But I just thought that was very interesting, and the most liberal state in the union is actually looking pretty clear to a Republican. I think that's about wrapped up. Are there any other close races?
Really, we're just keeping my eye on the West Coast races, waiting for those to see where they come in, and they'll be updated throughout the night.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think that about wraps it up for us then.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us.
Yep, catch you again next time.
Bye.
Welcome back to Decision 2016. I'm Ed Morrissey here at the Townhall Media Group's offices, America in the Balance Decision 2016, and we are we're kind of stunned, I think, a little bit in a good way.
Yeah.
With some of these results. I'm here with Matt Vespa of Townhall.com,
hey,
Caleb Howe from RedState.com, our sister sites in the Townhall Media Group. And look, I mean, we all had we had sort of a game here in the office of do your projections, and I had Florida go into Hillary Clinton, not because that's what I wanted to see, but just because that's what I thought was going to happen. Right now, it's looking pretty good for Donald Trump in Florida. It's got, 130,000 vote lead, and there's not that much left in Broward to suck out.
Not that much. And you talked about, the early numbers coming out of Hillsborough were not very good for Trump, but in neighboring Pinellas County, Trump is sort of, I think, he's going to win that county.
He's going to win.
Sort of.
That's St.
deficit.
Petersburg. Yeah, that's the I-4 corridor. Adam Smith at the Tampa Bay Times was even mentioning this. Pinellas, Pasco, and Volusia are all on the I-4 corridor, and he is outperforming Mitt Romney across that I-4 corridor. So clearly, we might have our first big surprise of the night, which is Republicans taking back Florida after the first time in 3 cycles that we've been able to do that. Caleb,
we didn't have a single person. We did our predictions at Red State where each one of us said what was going to be the big surprise of the night. Not one person picked Florida going for Trump.
It would be a very big surprise.
I had Florida going for Trump.
Oh, Mr.
So
Smart.
Mr. Special. Brag. But I will say, the one state that I had no clue on right now is North Carolina and New Hampshire. But we'll see what
I had North Carolina. I had North Carolina as a Trump win.
Yeah, me too.
I did. I expected it to be close. And part of the issue in North Carolina is that Durham is still out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Largely, which is a very Democratic county.
And it could be out for a while.
Could be out for a while, although they're usually pretty good about getting votes counted. Yeah. And so, we're going to be probably waiting a bit on that. I believe now that all the polls have closed in Durham. They were kept open. Some of them were kept open by not by a judge's order, by the way, but by the North Carolina State Elections Board decided to keep them open for a little bit longer, which I think is, a bit of. I think there's more legitimacy to that, where you have officials that are actually making that determination based on the fact that they had some computer problems in those precincts and they wanted to make sure that everybody got a chance to vote. Yeah. That's a good thing overall. Yeah. I mean, may not be great for Republicans, but overall it's a good thing. And but right now, that's neck and neck. You see Richard Burr barely hanging on to a lead in the Senate. You see Pat McCrory, at least the last time I looked, and it's been a while, he down 3?
Yeah, he's down 3. But he was down more. So
he was down more.
That's coming back.
He is coming back, yeah.
The most important thing to happen in North Carolina is Pat McCrory getting reelected. I mean, he's the firewall for Republican governors across the country. So.
Yes. Yeah. And I think he's done a great job. He deserves a reelection in that state. So my second biggest surprise, was Virginia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that's not in the bag. I mean, Florida is pretty close to being in the bag for Trump. Virginia, the jury is still definitely out on that. He's
performing stronger than usual. It's sort of similar to Ed Gillespie's Senate run in 2014. Where we all kind of thought, me being a Virginia voter, we submitted our ballot. Might as well. It's going to be, early evening for Gillespie. It ended up being one of the last races called.
Yeah.
Decided by less than 0.8%, less than 1%. So
yes, one that Republicans very much regretted not putting more money behind.
Right now, I believe the counties at the side of the state: Northern Virginia, Fairfax, Arlington. Arlington is pretty much in. That's 70%
Arlington's
in.
about fully in now.
Fairfax and Prince William are the ones that to look at. One of which is featured in Ed Morrissey's book,
in Going Red.
Going Red.
And what's interesting about the Prince William results so far this evening, because I've been tracking this, is that Trump is only trailing by about 4 or 5 points all through the night in Prince William County. Now, that may not be a great result, but it is a competitive result, and that may be just enough to keep it if he can keep the gaps from getting too wide in Fairfax and in Loudoun, which is also only half in.
And he has to really overperform in the rural areas, the Cole County areas, to kind
which
of make
it
up those
seems
marches,
that he has done.
Which he's doing. So this is interesting. I don't know.
CNN they were just caveating that heavily, but once the northern state,
they're coming in and it's still tight.
And just to make sure that everybody remembers this, when we were watching in 2014 the Ed Gillespie race, and Ed Gillespie ran a great race. He was leading all the way to about midnight, I think, out here, or 11 p.m. out here. And because I was in Minnesota 2 years ago, and I was watching it with the RNC.
Hey, buddy.
They told me to scoot closer. I didn't know if this was a romantic.
Not that close.
All right.
I need an adult.
Matt Vespa is calling
You
out
do.
for a safe space here at the Town Hall Media Group. Hey, it's all about fun,
triggering.
man. It's all about fun here. We're
election
having a
night.
good time. We're especially having a good night because we're seeing better
Yeah.
than expected results.
Yeah. And also, Ohio opened up with Clinton with a pretty big lead, about 120,000 votes. That has been cut almost significantly. I think she's only ahead by. Wow, look at that. Sorry, Trump's doing this well in Bucks County. About 32,000 last time.
Yeah.
John King and his giant board was up on the screen, but he said
Now-
a lot of red to be counted too.
There's a lot of red, but there's still a lot of blue to be counted in Ohio,
Yeah.
too.
Cuyahoga.
Cuyahoga
Plus,
comes in
we
late.
haven't even gone over Gary Johnson and Jill Stein.
You know, for a brief moment in time, I have to tell this story
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it was really funny. Pennsylvania is really slow to report their numbers, but they finally started coming in a little bit. And I saw that they had about 1.9% of their precincts reporting. So I go over and I check the official, now this is the official Pennsylvania website, and it showed that Gary Johnson had 47% of the vote, and Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump had 22 and 21% of the vote.
You got 18,000 votes in
He
Philadelphia.
had 18,000 votes in like one precinct in
Yeah.
Philadelphia or something like that. I go, what the heck is this?
Right, but for one brief shining moment, America had a chance.
Exactly. This one could have gone to the House of Representatives, right? I mean, that's where. Well, then they corrected the website, and it turned out that they had allocated the votes incorrectly,
Yeah.
and Hillary was up by 3 points, I think, in Pennsylvania at that point. And I haven't looked at that state in a few minutes. I have to go back and double check on that. That one's going to probably take a little while to come in.
Yeah. But so far,
so I had a
what I saw
question.
with John King was that in Bucks County, which is a county that Trump needs to do well in,
Yeah, Bucks County.
should win, actually. It was about 2-point difference between Clinton and Trump. So
Yeah, that's in that.
that's not going to hold, folks.
That's
Don't take that to court yet.
It's a southeastern corner. Trump has to do well outside of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Now we heard from Robbie Mook earlier tonight on CNN that they are being told that. Well, this is what Robbie Mook says. This is Hillary Clinton's campaign manager.
People have said.
People in Philadelphia officials have told him that they're getting a record turnout in Philadelphia proper, which is not good news for Donald Trump because that's where Democrats run the vote total up. But
Well, I hear they're handing out free spirit snacks, so that should definitely.
spirit dinners.
But maybe, hopefully,
Snacks.
there could be an increased turnout in Luzerne County and other counties, typical counties that used to be solidly Democratic, but those white working class voters are tilting heavily towards them. Can hopefully make up the difference there. I don't know. The vote share between Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania throughout the state of Pennsylvania has been declining over recent elections.
Yes.
So, again, this is tall order, pie in the sky, debate amongst yourselves type stuff. But it could, we'll see what happens when the rest of the state. comes in.
Well, Slate's vote share application did some analysis. We mentioned this earlier in the broadcast, and Lackawanna looks like it's ready to flip to the Republicans.
Look at
Lackawanna
that.
County
Whoa. Wow.
is where Scranton's at.
Yeah.
So we'll see how the vote comes in. But
That would be
Lackawanna County is one county that we should be looking at, in part because we have that's Joe Biden's favorite go-to place.
Holy
Yeah.
smokes!
Ohio, we've got
had-
Donald Trump just went way ahead in Ohio.
235,208 ahead.
Yeah, it looks like he's about 200. Yeah, exactly.
Look at
Yeah,
that.
and Virginia, he's still up in Virginia.
77% in, 42,604 votes.
It's always that last.
This is the part of the
10%
night
though.
when they go and they wake Hillary up from her nap, and they're like, "You should start paying attention now."
yeah.
You know what's interesting about
big
that
time.
too is that Hillary Clinton had canceled the fireworks show.
She did.
That's right.
A couple days ago.
Yeah.
So kind of wondering if she was starting to get an inkling that this was going to be a long night for her.
Close night.
Guy Benson's the one who actually pointed that out on Twitter. I picked up on it and then I read the article about it.
New York Times is officially forecasting Donald Trump has a 51% chance of winning the presidency.
Look at
That's
that.
the upshot, right?
That's the upshot blog?
The upshot blog at New York
breaking
Times.
news.
Says New York Times.
New York
New York
Times,
Times.
probably
New
the
York
upshot
Times.
blog, because that's one that does those calculations.
The cruncher.
Is now saying that Donald Trump has a 51% chance of winning the entire election.
Correct.
The entire election.
51%. Look
He
at
is,
that,
he is
guys.
now the favorite.
Basically like 270, 271, 269.
Okay.
So yeah, our folks over here are telling us if you're not hearing this on the mic is that
Look
it's
at
a
that.
narrow electoral college model, but you're talking about 270, 271, 272 to Trump, 51%
That's
chance.
right,
of getting that.
51%, or as a certain candidate will call it, big league.
Big league.
Big league.
Big league. Could be a big league win here
So
for Donald
I mean,
Can't do it.
so okay, so I can't do it. So,
I can't do the voice.
So does this mean that there were
losers.
Total.
I mean, I know we're getting a little excited, and
Got it on the screen right
oh,
there.
look at this.
go.
Right here we
There
go.
we go.
Sorry. All right.
So
look at that.
53% that he wins the presidency.
Look at this.
270, somewhere in the 275 to
Whoa,
280.
whoa. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the why that's fluctuating there,
All right.
but
That's interesting.
but
Look
yeah,
at
it does
that.
look like they're starting to tilt over just a little bit to 53% for a Trump win in the electoral college.
So let's say this maintains for throughout the next hour or so. Speculation abounds. Were there hidden Trump voters? Were there shy Trumpkins?
I think so.
Obviously.
I think that's what this
Yeah.
shows. You know, it's interesting.
And Americans are mad as hell.
Yeah, I think
I mean-
that would be the takeaway. I mean, don't forget that Florida was supposed to be. We all kind of thought it was going to be out of reach because the Latino vote was turning out pretty heavily in
that's
the
right.
early voting. So those other voters had to come from someplace.
Yeah.
And now I will say this about the polling in Florida is that polling actually had Trump slightly ahead in Florida.
Yeah.
So
Like 1.5
0.2% on the
point
Right,
yeah,
2%.
0.2%.
Look at that.
It was a
Still
it was
ahead,
a
though.
toss up.
Yeah.
Still ahead.
Edging a toss up. So the polling is probably not. It's probably going to wind up being somewhere between a 1 to 1.5% if he holds on.
Yeah.
It'll probably be something like a 1 point win or 1.5 point win,
Which is what Obama
which
won
would be a
in
margin
2012.
of error sort of thing to
Yeah.
that to what we saw in RCP. I think though that Virginia has never looked like it was in play. So if he
No.
pulls it out in Virginia, which is still a long ways off, just because of the counties that still have to really
Yeah.
come in
Right.
in Virginia, that I think would tell you that the
Yeah.
rural voters really overcame
Yeah.
a lot of the Northern Virginia Nova,
Yeah.
the Nova reluctance here.
And does that, Ed? Does that mean that talk about things that run upstream here? Does that mean what does that mean for like states like Pennsylvania?
Well, I think it's
and
states like
Ohio?
Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Michigan.
If Virginia goes Trump,
If Virginia goes Trump, I think you have to start looking at Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Michigan.
look at that.
And then if he picks up Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Michigan,
That's like that 296.
Michigan's been the talk for a couple days.
Yeah.
about
yeah,
picking
I
up.
mean, at that point, then you're starting to look at how can Hillary get to 270, right? What paths are still left open to her?
Right.
Yeah.
I think you also have to look at Wisconsin. Although
That's when you turn it to MSNBC.
Oh yeah.
That'll be a fun thing to watch.
Total meltdown.
Look,
Get some popcorn.
I've been on the
get some
losing
beer,
end of 2
and watch
presidential
the-
elections in
yeah.
a row. I am
Yeah.
not going to. I am not going to wallow in
20
anybody else's misery.
2014 was just delicious
enough,
to
fair
watch.
enough.
2014 was delicious to watch.
I'm not going to wallow in anybody else's
just-
misery, and we
well,
haven't won this one yet. But I mean, Florida would be a big surprise. Virginia would be stunning.
a game changer.
It would be huge. It would be huge.
Huge.
It would be stunning.
That
We didn't even
becomes
have it on
the,
our board to
the national
watch.
Yeah, I
I
didn't
just
even
had to
have it
add it,
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, if you win Virginia, then all of a sudden Pennsylvania looks like it's up for grabs.
Yeah.
Michigan looks like it's up for grabs. Ohio should be solid. And then you're really running in. If all of
Yeah.
that falls into place, Wisconsin may be in play
we
there.
go. Look at this.
Now, somebody on this map, I'm not sure what this map is here that we're seeing. Is,
That's based off of the AP
okay.
results. that are trickling in.
I am seeing Minnesota being sort of GOP leaning. I would be very surprised. I mean, I would say
Christmas
that,
come early, Ed.
Oh, I see. These are actual vote totals. These are actual vote totals.
Yeah,
Okay, so
Christmas come early.
40. He's up by 3 points, but only 3% of precincts reporting.
I know, that's
I'm
probably-
from Minnesota,
Yeah.
and I would be extremely shocked if Minnesota turned red in this election.
Yeah.
Even if Trump wins the election, I would be very surprised if Minnesota went to Trump. He's going to be very popular in the Iron Range, which is a taconite mining community. Rick Nolan is the congressman there. Democrat Rick Nolan is the congressman who's running against Stuart Mills, who is the son of a family which founded it's called Fleet Farm Stores. It's a chain of stores throughout Minnesota. It's sort of like a Sam's Club for for farmers, and it's great. I
kinda wanna go there.
I actually walked in there for the first time.
Sorry, Ed. It's gone up 3 points since
kinda wanna
since
go
our
there.
last discussion. About
Yeah,
10 minutes
54%
ago.
Trump. This is the upshot.
Yeah.
I would like to actually see if we can get it. What's going on over at 538? So let me go ahead over to here
Yeah,
and see if I can pull that up. It'd be good if I could spell it correctly. And for those of you who are
Under pressure.
there we go.
Hey, Ed, just tell me which part you want to go to. I can put it up on the big screen.
And look, they're circling the states that we just talked about.
They're
Yeah.
watching us.
They're watching us. CNN as well.
Yeah.
Look
I
at
mean, they're
that.
seeing the same things that we're seeing.
Yeah.
Is that if you have that kind of dynamic unfolding, those are the states that are going to be put in play.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of electoral college votes to be found in those states.
Huge.
You have 20 in Pennsylvania. You've got 16
Here
in
we go.
Michigan.
There it is.
All right.
So it really hasn't changed from what Nate Silver predicted yesterday.
I don't know that he's actually updating this as the vote totals are coming in.
This might be from hours ago.
Yeah.
This seems a little. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, I think that basically he is that he is not updating that. But right now, just so that you know that what we're talking about, he's showing that Hillary Clinton still has a 73% chance of winning the election.
Yeah, getting 298 electoral.
And again,
votes.
Florida hasn't been called yet, so there's that. You also have the fact that we're not even really seeing a lot of the
Trump
vote
has
total in
pulled ahead
Pennsylvania.
in New Hampshire, 25% in, 404 votes.
I'd like to see how
Good
Hillsboro's
grief,
coming in.
Hillsborough,
population.
And then he's taken the lead, increased his lead, I believe, right, in Michigan? Or
Increased.
Increased
Increased his lead in Michigan.
44,133 votes ahead.
So-
in Michigan.
Yeah, what we're seeing here is now these are early returns, probably a lot of early voting in that.
Yeah.
These are early precinct returns, and we don't know which precincts are coming in Michigan. It might be that Detroit is not coming in yet, so you have to be careful, especially when you have those low precinct reporting numbers. But I'd rather be +4 than -4
Yeah.
at any stage of it.
You know, we're forgetting the real big surprise tonight, which was that Trump won Texas. I couldn't even get through
Well,
it.
hold on. I mean, but Hillary Clinton did have a semi-serious push in Texas.
For about a week
For
or
about
so.
a week. And
Listen,
then
that was more
Hillary
like a
Clinton
feint.
won
Yeah.
Texas.
Yeah.
The moon would be red, and
Yeah.
the seas would be washing over. I mean,
That was
locusts.
more.
Yeah.
That was more like,
Locusts would be coming.
That was more like a feint, which she did at the 9/11 memorial.
That's
thing.
right. Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah. So no, I'm sorry.
That was hilarious. That was good.
But look, this is sort of unprecedented territory. We're going to places
it
where
is.
we
Thanks,
really
Lee.
didn't. We expected him to be competitive in Michigan, probably more competitive than Romney, who I think lost the state by 8 or 9
This
points.
actually surprised me. I didn't expect.
I expected him to be competitive in Michigan, but I didn't expect him to win it.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
been a source of argument, at least on Twitter, for a couple days. The projections on Michigan going back and forth.
Well, I'll tell you why I expected Michigan to be competitive. Barack Obama showed up there on Monday.
Monday, yeah.
What was Barack Obama doing in Michigan?
Well, now we know.
Now we know.
Now we know.
This is the reason why Barack Obama was in Michigan, because Team Hillary saw something in their numbers and said we need to get the biggest, most popular surrogate we've got. He's more popular than she is, so you only use him when you need to plug a hole.
Yeah.
So, and I mean I was asking that question yesterday. What the hell is Barack Obama doing in Michigan? Why isn't he in North Carolina making the sale? Why isn't he in Florida making the
Florida,
sale?
yeah.
Well,
Well,
it
but
turns
he
out
had
he
more
was.
than just the,
He actually went to a few different places, but still sending him to Michigan didn't make a
Yeah.
lot of sense to me. And
They had a lot of
now we know.
interests in Florida, not just the.
Virginia?
Virginia, it's tightened up a little bit.
Yeah, and now you've got 89.6%.
0.5%.
Yeah.
So you got about 10% of the precincts left to report, and you're about a half a point in the lead for Donald Trump. Now, I will say this one would be a huge surprise, and don't necessarily be discouraged if Hillary pulls Virginia out, because if she wins it like Mark Warner won last 2 years ago, that still says a lot about what we're going to see in Pennsylvania and Michigan.
Sure.
Of course, it would be nice to get the electoral college vote. So in
Yeah,
Virginia,
it would.
Yeah,
Get those 13 would be a nice buffer.
it would be a very nice buffer.
Yeah. Now, what is Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia? What happens when we move out toward towards the western part of the country, Colorado, Nevada.
Well, I would
and
say
the
that
like.
I would say that if we might be looking at something different in Nevada, I don't think so in Colorado.
Really?
I think
it's
Colorado,
been tightening. Yeah.
It's been tightening, but I didn't know that we were going to get this close in Virginia either.
Yeah.
So,
Now Colorado had problems today, by the way.
Colorado had some polling problems,
Glitches, yeah.
some glitches, but they got them resolved.
Did they fix the glitch? So it'll work
They
itself
fixed
out.
They fixed the glitch.
The glitch.
They fixed
so
the glitch.
it'll work itself out. Okay.
No, Professor, we fixed the glitch. The rest of it will just work itself out.
I gotta find some kind of impression I can do.
49 point. Okay, here we go, guys. 49 point with 43.
This is Colorado, yeah. So what we got is about 40%, 43% of the vote in Colorado.
Saleable.
And Hillary's up by 6, and I'm not terribly surprised by this.
Yeah.
This is not a surprising result.
And
to
I
me.
had Hillary winning the state in my projection.
I think that I think that's been pretty solid for quite some time. Trump really just never made a good pitch in Colorado.
No.
Nevada.
Well, don't forget he also pissed off his own base in Colorado at the convention. So
True. But I'm not necessarily sure that you really have to go to Colorado in order to win Colorado. If you're a Republican, maybe not so much if you're a Democrat. I would not be surprised if it was a 6 or 7 point Hillary Clinton win in Colorado. But Nevada, if we're seeing this number coming out of Virginia, if it sticks, and if he wins Florida, and Michigan keeps tilting his way, then I think you have to look at Nevada and say maybe we wrote off Nevada too early too. So if you start totaling all those up, you start seeing Donald Trump having a serious path to 270 and beyond.
I would
because Florida's 29 electoral college votes. That wasn't on my board.
Pennsylvania's 20.
Pennsylvania be 20. That's 49. You get another 13 from Virginia if he manages to hold on.
Yeah.
Which is 62 electoral college votes, which puts him way over the top in my
58% from
and
New
now
York.
the upshot
Look at
is now
this.
showing
Yeah.
58%.
Look at that.
So with a 272, 271.
So from this, it looks like
electoral
Clinton
college
would win the
votes.
popular vote, but Trump would win the.
She's not leading it at the moment,
Is
though.
it? Am I reading the?
No, you're reading it
Oh,
correct.
okay.
But she is not winning the popular vote at the moment.
Okay.
The actual tallied vote.
Right, this is the
Yeah.
forecast.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oops.
I would be
Sorry
very
about that,
surprised,
folks.
though. I mean, that's the one thing
getting
that I don't
excited.
buy about
Yeah,
that.
getting ahead of yourself
Yeah.
there.
Is I can understand if the popular vote was within a percentage point of each other, the way it was in 2000,
Yeah.
of having somebody win the popular vote but lose the electoral college. I think a gap of 2 percentage points in the popular vote and then losing the electoral college would be odd.
So
It would
the
be strange.
Trump train on Twitter, she wins popular vote, he wins electoral college. Are they going to stick with what they've been saying for the last couple of days, that we should get rid of the electoral college? Are they just going to
They've been
change
saying
their
that since
minds?
2000.
Since 2000.
And I mean, it's not going to happen because
Yeah, of course.
the smaller states don't want to get rid of the electoral
Of course,
college.
And not to mention, this is okay. This is putting on my little history nerd hat here. We've had this happen 4 times before, and we've survived.
Yeah.
It happened in 1824, happened with Benjamin Harrison, happened with Rutherford B. Hayes. We survived. It's
That's
just-
boring, Matt. You're
No,
boring.
okay, I'm sorry, everyone, but it's just relaxed. Out of what 270 plus years.
All right, so what do we got
happened
here?
four
We
times.
got-
This is what the New
Oh.
York Times projection is based on.
Okay. So they're basing it off of Clinton winning New Hampshire, which is interesting because right now she's trailing.
Yeah.
They show her winning. I'm sorry, she's actually up a little bit right at the moment in New Hampshire. I take that
She's
back.
going to win Virginia by.
Well, they're projecting
Projecting,
that
of
she'd
course.
win Virginia by 3.5 points, but right now Trump's up by 0.7 of a point.
Yeah.
And
Look at Pennsylvania. Look at
Pennsylvania
Pennsylvania.
she's up by 17% with 21% of the Pennsylvania doesn't look like it's trending towards Trump at the moment. But
now.
Again, it just depends on which precincts are reporting. There's only 21% of the precincts reporting right now.
Michigan and Florida, though. That is
Michigan and Florida looks like it looks like they're projecting him to win both of those states. They're projecting him to win North Carolina, and that's been back and forth all night long. They're projecting him to win Utah. I guess Evan McMullen will be very disappointed. with that.
I think he should have.
But Michigan, they're expecting him. He's up by 5 points. They're expecting him to win by less than a point.
And Lee, can you scroll
That's
up a little bit
275 electoral college
because
votes.
Ohio's being cut off a little bit. I think that's 7.1. the projection.
And right now he's up by 10 points.
By 10 points,
Yeah.
61%.
And I had Ohio going Trump
Me too.
today. I just
Yeah.
didn't have Florida going Trump, and I didn't have Virginia going Trump, and I didn't have Michigan going Trump. So those are, between those 3 states, you're talking about.
About a couple weeks ago, I think 3 or 4 weeks ago, Ann Seltzer polled Ohio and said that Trump's up ahead pretty comfortably, and
Yes.
it looks like a 2004 electorate.
Iowa.
I think she also did Ohio too.
She might have. She might have.
She said it's like
But we
it's
kind
like an
of
04
thought
electorate.
we thought it was going to be on the Trump side. Iowa very solidly on the Trump side.
Him hammering home at NAFTA and trade resonates with those
I'm
voters.
telling you,
they've hated NAFTA since Clinton signed it. So,
And this is the point that I think that the Republican Party has been missing all along. I mean, Trump's a flawed candidate. There's no doubt about it. I know that you didn't. You're opposed to Trump.
Not a fan.
I voted for Trump reluctantly. I wrote today that it was maybe the most reluctant vote I've ever cast in my life.
Me too.
But just the alternative was so much
yeah.
worse.
Reluctant deplorables over here.
Yeah, and so. But this is the point.
Guy left.
This is the
I
point that
didn't vote for him.
Rick Santorum
That's
ran
fine,
on
that's fine.
4 years ago, and he was the right. He had the right message. He just was not the right candidate.
That's right.
Just because he's just not terribly good at winning.
But his story was, working in the coal
He was
mines, social mobility.
He was
that's the type
absolutely dead on about the economics that the Republican Party had to take on, about the issues of trade and the deleterious effects it had on Rust Belt workers and other working class Americans, and he just couldn't tap into it enough. He tapped into it some. He won Iowa in 2012.
And I
in the
think he might have
primaries.
been buoyed a little bit after Iowa with the whole the fact that
They're up to 59%
conservatives
Trump,
really weren't ready to marry themselves to Mitt Romney during the primary. Maybe
Yeah, I mean, look, they certainly weren't ready to marry themselves to Donald Trump, and yet here we are.
Yeah, here we are.
And it's looking more likely than not now that Donald Trump is going to carry Republicans to victory in the White House, and I think that's astounding.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I voted for the guy, so on one level, I'm kind of pleased to be possibly on a winning team for the first time
in a long time.
First time in 12 years. I mean, it certainly was a lot better than I thought I was going to be feeling at this point in the evening when today started. But the reason this is what the issue is that the Republican Party still really isn't on board with any of this stuff. They still haven't really started to address these issues. They're going to.
Well, that's because there's a big ideological divide. A lot of these things that resonate with the voters who are buoying Trump are not things that resonate with the entire Republican Party, like the anti-trade stuff.
But let's talk about that, okay? I mean, we're conservative activists, right? We're in the mix. Doesn't this tell conservatives that we've missed the boat?
Yeah.
In this.
No. on the trade issue?
On the trade issue.
Well,
I think you can't change what
months
you think
ago.
is the correct thing to do just because of how many people.
Don't misunderstand me. I still think that free trade is better on balance.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, the protectionism? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But what I'm talking about is the fact that we haven't addressed the fact that people lose in that balance. There are a lot of people in the U.S. who have lost on balance with those free trade agreements. Many more have prospered, but that prosperity has not been well shared.
No.
There's a lot of reasons for that, I think, and a lot of those reasons have to do with overregulation,
corporate tax rates.
Yeah, corporate tax rates, penalizing the investor class, and that sort of thing.
And after 8 years of Obama, it's just not good to do business here.
And I also think that part of this, and this is something that conservatives really don't want to talk about. Part of the reason for those losses is not so much trade, it's consolidation. And I think that conservatives going forward, first off, we're going to have to put a much better argument forward for free trade, and we're going to have to start arguing about how we can make those agreements work for the people who have been disenfranchised by these economic things.
Right, those are 2 points. That's 2 points. You got to make a better argument, and it actually has to work out better.
Yeah, you have to have better outcomes, right?
Better outcomes,
You have to
right.
have better outcomes. But here's the second thing. I think conservatives are really going to have to start rethinking their approach to antitrust, because and I was writing about this recently, and I think that this is the thread that we have to pick up on, is that we are, as conservative, as fiscal conservatives, as economic conservatives, we tend to be laissez-faire about mergers and acquisitions.
Right.
The problem for us is this, and this is the conundrum. The more you have of consolidation, the more power, the more political power gets crunched down into the hands of fewer and fewer people,
right,
who can then leverage that power for rent-seeking behavior
right.
from legislatures, Congress and state legislatures.
Consolidation of power is something that Republicans have a natural aversion to, whether it's in government or business.
But they have an aversion to government intervention to prevent
yes,
consolidations. And I think we have to rethink that.
Sure.
I think we have to say, look, there's a couple of bad outcomes here. One's going to be government intervention. The other one's going to be consolidation of power. I think I'd rather err on the side of making sure that we don't have a whole economy based on too big to fail organizations.
Right.
And have government be the arbiter of that,
well,
rather than end up where we're coming to, which is, even if it's not antitrust on the horizontal level, we're getting antitrust on the vertical level, which means that you've got people who are organizing into companies that go from production to distribution, and the AT&T DirecTV merger might be one of those things. AT&T in several different instances, but also what was the recent acquisition with Time Warner and Time Warner and I can't remember.
DirecTV?
It wasn't DirecTV.
Yes. Yeah.
Was it DirecTV?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
The $88 billion
Yes.
deal? Yeah.
Yeah. AT&T merged
AT&T.
their Uverse.
It was AT&T and Time Warner.
Merged their
Yeah.
Uverse and
AT&T and Time Warner.
Yeah, because
I mean,
DirecTV was the cause.
this is the
of that.
entertainment
Correct.
industry,
Yeah.
so people maybe
DirecTV was
not
the-
be all that
yeah.
engaged in it. But now what you've got a monopoly of a different kind, from production to distribution.
Right. Well, this creation of these monsters is the birth of the Tea Party movement.
Yeah.
Which is eventually
That was in
led
the
to where
financial
we are
industry,
now.
right.
It
Yeah,
was
so too big to fail.
It all started with too big to fail.
So I think I think that if Trump wins this election, it is a wake-up call for conservatives to rethink the outcomes of fiscal conservatism and start aiming the outcomes at working class Americans.
It also should be a wake-up call to the party that if they're gonna pander, going out and pandering on social issues is not working for them. It doesn't keep the voters on their side.
No, and I agree with that 100%. Now, what have we got? I know
I got
that
it down here on the screen for you.
Hillary
Okay.
Clinton has pulled ahead by a little over 5,700 votes
in Virginia.
in Virginia.
And this is kind of expected. We're seeing 90.4. The last,
Just a little behind here,
the last precincts to come in Virginia are usually in Northern Virginia, Fairfax, Prince William County, although Trump's been pretty competitive in Prince William County. I would say that this is not necessarily, and now it looks like
Oh,
Donald Trump went back up on top here, at least briefly.
Ours are slightly behind CNN.
Okay.
okay.
So they have him ahead, they have Hillary ahead by 1,500 votes.
Oh, okay. So
Slightly more precincts reported.
Slightly
All right.
more. Got it.
So
It's gonna be
don't count on Virginia necessarily, but I still think that the trends that we're seeing here
very good.
are looking good. I'd like to see North Carolina. What's the status of North
Yes.
Carolina?
Yeah.
Yeah, just give me 1 second.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, a lot of people that I know woke up this morning expecting that no matter what the outcome was tonight, that it was going to be a huge disappointment. When you have two sides and you want them both to lose, it's hard to feel like you win anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Look, in the end, I think I'd rather have a Republican in the White House regardless.
Well,
okay,
if there's
so
one
North
person that
Carolina,
you want crying at
Trump
the end
is
of
up
the night, it's Hillary.
by 3 points.
by just a little under 3 points, with 61.7% of the precincts reporting. And again, I'd be cautious on this a little bit because we don't know how much of this is Durham yet.
Yeah.
Durham had a lot of issues coming in. There's more votes to come in North Carolina, but Donald Trump
And
is
we don't
still
know
edging
if,
back up on
we don't know
top.
if Research Triangle's all counted in either.
Right, yeah, well, that's Durham
which is the
and
local
Wake.
bastion.
Yeah,
so,
right.
Yeah.
Durham, Raleigh, and Chapel Hill.
All right, well, we probably should go
Yeah.
ahead and get back to
Digest some more
digest some more.
polls. Yeah.
But right now, if you're the Republican Party, you have to be at least
Yeah.
cautiously optimistic.
That's right.
About how
Yeah.
this is going to roll out. So what I would say is, next time we all get together, we should be talking about Michigan,
Sure.
She's talking about Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
See where those are at.
North Carolina.
North Carolina hopefully will be in by that point.
And Florida looks like it might be called by the time we come.
Yeah, I'm surprised
reconvene.
actually that we haven't gotten a call yet from
Yeah.
Florida, but they're probably waiting for Broward and Dade to
Well,
come all
she's
the way in.
still up. Sorry, Donald Trump is ahead. Oh, 26% in. Oh, sorry.
On which state?
Wisconsin.
And
Wisconsin.
and Hillary's in? Hillary's in the lead?
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise
Yeah,
me.
but we'll visit that.
Yeah, we'll revisit that later. All right, so I want to thank Caleb Howe from RedState.com.
Thank you.
Matt Vespa from Townhall.com. I'm Ed Morrissey from
Anytime.
HotAir.com. Make sure you're keeping up with our results at townhall.com/results, and we'll be back with more from Town Hall's offices here. Decision 2016, America in the Balance. Stay tuned.
But we're coming back with sandwiches.
Short break.
We're back live. Just briefly here, we're going to be talking about a couple of major developments. I'm Ed Morrissey from hotair.com. Joining me, Matt Vespa from townhall.com.
Hi, guys.
Decision 2016, America in the Balance. And it's not much of a balance over at the New York Times. The New York Times upshot live presidential forecast now shows Donald Trump with a 78% chance of winning the presidency.
With a comfortable electoral college win.
Yeah, somewhere around 280.
I just dropped to 70, but it's 275, 285.
280, roughly in the 280 range. And Clinton's still with a popular vote lead, but that's been dropping as well. And this is a projection. This isn't what's actually going on at the moment. So this jumped up just recently, even though Virginia went off the board for Trump.
But 0.5%. Win,
yes, it was
very
a
slim. So, like you said, very good for the other races to come.
Very good, and I mean, this is important to emphasize. Florida, we knew was going to be close, and it's still close. They haven't called it, but it's almost certainly going to be. It's almost certainly going to be Trump now.
Yeah.
The Virginia, Hillary Clinton's been leading by wide margins in the polls.
Yeah.
And she barely won that state.
Yeah.
So that tells you something, especially with the rural vote that's going on in Virginia.
Yeah.
Now.
Although there's a Charter School of Politics, public policy school poll that came out a couple days before, and said that the guy who did the polling said the state's in play. So
yes,
very interesting.
So what this is based on is, and by the way, this is based on Hillary Clinton winning Virginia. This projection from the New York Times, but it is also based on Hillary Clinton winning Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. And
that changed, Ed, didn't it? Pennsylvania was blue for a little bit.
No, they've been projecting that Trump's going to win Pennsylvania. Right now, Clinton's up by 9.4 points, but most of Philadelphia has already reported. And
it has.
It has.
Okay.
Yeah, I double checked that.
All right.
Actually, on the New York Times own website.
Okay.
Most of Philadelphia's precincts have reported. I would say somewhere around 60 to 70% of them have reported.
Okay.
A lot of the ring counties around that, Montgomery hasn't reported anything yet. Bucks County, is only reported about 20%. Scranton, Lackawanna, the Scranton area, only a low number of precincts.
Last time I checked, he was trailing by 4,000 in Lackawanna. 34,000, 30,000.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And so this might still happen. Wisconsin is interesting because I would have not guessed. Right now, Trump's up 5 points. And was it Justin that was telling us that right now the CNN is now calling that whole upper Midwest area basically the swing states.
Swing states, yeah.
They're going to be the swing states in this election, including apparently Minnesota, although it's not on. They're still calling that for Clinton on this board, and believe me,
I mean, she's up 10 right now.
She's up 10. Don't expect that to change. I was kind of guessing that she would win Minnesota by between 8 to 10 points. They're actually projecting 6.6 points, which is significant.
This is quite. I don't think anybody projected him.
I don't think anybody thought that.
305 electoral votes.
No, I think they thought if he was going to win, it was going to be with 270 or 272.
272, something like that. Or for some people, a tie with the House of Representatives
with Evan McMullin in Utah. Well, what's interesting about this number is, obviously they're including Utah in this with six electoral college votes. What's interesting about this, though, is that let's just say that Evan McMullin somehow pulls out a win in Utah, which is very unlikely. Even the latest polling that we've been seeing shows that it's very unlikely. It won't matter.
Yeah.
If he's got 3, then he goes to 299.
Yeah,
right?
it's okay.
And he's still fine. It'd be good for Evan McMullin, obviously, but yeah, this is.
And
this is getting more stunning by the moment.
And
here.
in North Carolina,
now it's up to 80%.
80%. Look at that, 80%. And in North Carolina, something that could bode well for Trump is that Richard Burr has won re-election.
He confirmed his re-election
over Deborah Ross, which is Richard Burr was kind of an unknown fact. I mean, when the race began, 30% of voters didn't even know who Richard Burr was, their own senator. So
again, looking at the 80%.
The fact that the state is competitive, it breaks late, it's a toss-up, it's 50-50 Democratic Republican, and now Burr seems to have won quite handily.
Yeah,
over Deborah
I'd be
Ross.
interested to see how McCrory's doing.
Yeah,
hopefully McCrory's rebounding because he was down. He was down as well, and Burr had been down earlier in the count. Of course, depending on which precincts are reporting, that's what happens. But Burr won his Senate seat. I think that's a good sign for Donald Trump.
Very good sign.
Richard Burr, of course, is has been described by Caleb Howe and Jay Caruso at Red State as sort of his own entity there. So he has his own following, his own operation. So it may be
a quieter Ron Portman.
Well, it might be that he's got something separate going on than Donald Trump and Pat McCrory got going on. But it's certainly a good sign for Republicans that he rebounded. I'd be interested to see what the chances are of retaining the Senate after seeing some of these results. My guess is it's gone up a little bit. Todd Young, of course, held on to the seat.
We'll certainly see how Pat Toomey fares in Pennsylvania.
That would be very interesting.
Talk about navigating through rocky shoals with that race.
And I was just about to say this. If, for some reason, and again, let's scroll up here. The New York Times is actually now showing this as a 50-50 tie in Pennsylvania as part of their projection. That's 20 electoral college votes, by the way. If that goes up here, you're still at 285.
285.
Yeah. But let's just say that somehow this bounces back.
Yeah.
Pat Toomey was actually running is kind of separating himself from Donald Trump.
Yeah. Mr. Maverick.
And
he had to.
Well, or did he? Or did he? Because it might be that Donald Trump ends up winning Pennsylvania, at least according to the New York Times projection, and Pat Toomey's the guy who's left out in the cold. That'd be rather ironic.
Yeah.
And I agree. I think that's Pat Toomey had to kind of go there. So there's this. Now we have the Senate map up here. It's in front of us. It won't be back here.
So
far we've lost one seat.
Mark Kirk, but his
Mark Kirk, and we
epitaph
expected
was
that.
written many, many months ago, folks.
Yeah.
That was a deep blue state. He kind of won in a fluke 2010 Tea Party wave against a Democratic candidate, Alex Giulianius. I can't pronounce his last name. I apologize, but wasn't too remarkable and won that.
Yes.
But
Tammy Duckworth won.
yeah,
actually
56 there. It was a
57%.
slaughter.
Yeah, so if you can scroll back down, because I want to go back up to the map.
Yeah.
Lee is handling it perfect right there. Now, you take a look at the map as it stands right now, and there are 5 seats still left as potential takeaways for Democrats. And remember that they needed to take 4 if Hillary Clinton won the election and 5 if she didn't.
Yeah.
So right now,
the ones that are like pink, does that mean they're
those are
not
the
called yet?
potential takeaways. Yes.
Takeaways? Well, John McCain did win his seat, I believe, right?
John McCain is going to win his seat.
gonna
I
win
think
his
I think it's been called, but it's not showing up in the New York
that's right,
Times
New York
map.
Times.
So that leaves them with New Hampshire, Wisconsin, Missouri, and Louisiana.
Can you scroll over to Wisconsin for a second, Lee?
And
Wow.
Ron Johnson.
Ron
is
Johnson is
showing a 6-point lead at the moment. And again, we don't know which precincts are reporting
That's
in
true.
Wisconsin.
Yeah.
It may be that Dane County and Milwaukee County have not come in very well. Those are Democratic
Yeah.
strongholds, and you really have to outperform every place else in there. Let's take a look at New Hampshire real quick.
Yeah, Kelly Ayotte.
Kelly Ayotte is leading right now by
neck.
3 points with
Yeah.
44% reporting, and again, the same caveat applies. Although in New Hampshire, it's a pretty evenly distributed vote.
It is.
It is.
And in 2014, Scott Brown and Jean Sheehan really. It was pretty much.
If you can put that back up on the screen, we're going to talk.
It was.
about a couple of things.
It came down to the wire actually between those two. So
It did. All right. So now we've got this back up on the screen.
Okay.
And by the way, Lee Wolf is doing a great job with the pointer.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at Missouri. Roy Blunt was running for re-election there, and it looks like right now with 18% of precincts reporting, he's got about a 12-point lead.
Yeah.
And then let's scroll down to Louisiana, because I think Louisiana was
jungle primary or the jungle election.
It's getting blocked. You can't scroll.
There we go. There we go.
So John
Well,
Kennedy
yeah.
is. I don't even know what to think about that one. You're going to have a runoff
Yeah.
probably in Louisiana.
Between Kennedy and
Boostany.
Boostany.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two Republicans.
Unless Kennedy gets 51%, and then he is senator. So
Yeah, it looks like you're going to have a fairly even split. So right now, the New York Times is saying that there's going to be
52-48.
95%, a greater than 95% chance that you're going to end up with 52 Republican seats. And I think that's actually pretty dead on.
Yeah, it goes now between 51 and 52.
Yeah, either way, though, what
either
you're
way.
talking about is a Republican-controlled Senate.
Yeah. We retain Congress.
Now let's
And the Hillary
emphasize
year.
what this means.
Yeah.
We were defending 24 seats in the U.S. Senate. Democrats were defending 10 seats.
Yeah.
That is an opportunity for a massive amount
Yeah.
of pickups. And if all they get out of this is
Yeah.
a pickup of 2 seats, I mean, that is
Total losers.
total
losers.
And that's apart from the
Yeah.
from the Republican from the presidential race, right?
And remember, folks, I mean, they really needed 4 seats to retake the chamber because Tim Kaine being the tie-breaking vote.
If
Hillary won.
If Hillary
But
won.
they needed 5, and 5 of those seats were in states that Obama won in 2012. Wisconsin, Illinois,
New Hampshire,
Florida,
and
and Virginia.
Virginia. Oh, not
Oh,
Virginia.
no, sorry.
Not Virginia.
My mistake, excuse me.
Colorado.
Colorado.
Well, Colorado was Democrat before
Yeah.
that, though, too. So,
But there are a lot of opportunities for...
Can you give us some
Democrats.
insight on why you think Trump may very well win Pennsylvania?
why Trump might win Pennsylvania? Well, I think you're seeing this in Virginia, right? And by the way, that question came from Lee Wolf. Is that from one of our...
Who's from Henry?
Oh, from Justin. Okay, so...
Trying to get some more insight.
I think what you're seeing in what you might see in Pennsylvania, we haven't seen the numbers show up this way yet, but the same impulses that made Virginia too close to call until the very end are going to be in play in Pennsylvania. The rural areas in Pennsylvania, there's a lot more of that in Pennsylvania than there is in Virginia.
And, yeah, it's pretty much a... to describe Pennsylvania, it's...
And you can see that Donald Trump is catching up here now. He's Hillary Clinton's lead is less than 8 points.
Yeah.
You've got about half of the precincts reporting. Again, don't forget, most of Philadelphia County had already come in.
And we don't know if Montgomery County has been tallying their votes yet.
We don't know, but you can click over to the county results, and we can start seeing where some of the results are coming in, and we can point out right across where it says president.
County results.
And go ahead and scroll down there.
Let's see what's going down.
And keep going. Okay, so
you're
seeing that Montgomery County still has not come in.
Yeah.
You're looking at that's Clinton.
That's Clinton County.
Clinton County.
Montgomery
ironically.
County is right. Oh, sorry. All right. You see where the blue is? The blue part's the stately. All right.
Why don't you just pull it up on the screen?
Yeah. Why did I do
Yeah.
that? Why did I do that?
It's the collar counties around Philadelphia. I mean, that's Pennsylvania is aptly described as Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and Alabama in between.
We're going to pull this up over here, and
sorry, there we go. Right.
if you take a look over here, you've got Lehigh.
It's Lehigh. It's not in yet.
You've got Northampton. You've got Berks, which is starting to come in. And it's very close in Berks County. That is a fairly suburban county.
Is that Luzerne right there?
Luzerne is right here.
Luzerne, look at that.
Luzerne, you've got 13-point advantage for Donald Trump. You go over here to Lackawanna, and you can see that this is the Scranton area.
Yeah.
This is where Joe Biden loves to. He loves to talk about where he's from Scranton, and Scranton is his home base, and that's his political base.
Yep.
You've got Donald Trump just behind Hillary Clinton by about 6.8 points here. So just a little under 7 points.
How he's doing in bucks.
There's Berks. There's
Bucks.
Bucks.
Right there, 50, 49.
Only 10% of precincts
10%.
reporting, and it's about a 6-point lead for Hillary Clinton so far.
It's just updated.
Yeah. So.
But it's difficult because this, if you slow down the map, and this is where the state has decided it's here, and it's here where Pittsburgh and Philadelphia are, and then you have the red. But
you come up to here.
There are some counties that aren't really counted yet. So.
Yep, Lehigh is not in. Northampton is just coming
and
in.
Dauphin County
Lebanon.
right here because that's where Harrisburg is, and there's a
Dauphin. Yeah,
Dauphins as a Harrisburg state capital.
Dauphin only
chock full of
36%
Democrat votes.
Only 36% reporting, so Hillary Clinton can expect to make up some ground there as well. Not make up some ground, but extend her ground there as well. So, what is driving in Pennsylvania? We'll find out.
Yeah.
There was some reports from the Washington Post's Philip Bump. We talked about this earlier this evening, that the ground game for Donald Trump was actually better than people thought it was.
Yeah.
In those ring counties around Philadelphia. So if you're seeing a better result out of Pennsylvania, you're likely going to see it in those ring counties. And
so
now we're at 87%.
87%.
They're now saying it's
likely that Donald J. Trump will be the next president of the United States.
Now that's amazing.
That's the New York Times.
That's the New York Times.
The New York Times.
They're forecasting a likely outcome of 290-ish electoral college votes. It goes up and down because they have these things on dials. But so around somewhere between 280 and 295. So again, if it's 295 and you don't get Pennsylvania, you're down to 275. It's still a win.
And
but if you don't,
you gotta look at Michigan and Wisconsin.
But you gotta start looking closer at Michigan and Wisconsin. Yeah. And
sorry,
we will
have it looking at television.
We're going to go ahead and we're going to leave it there for right now.
We are, yeah, we should.
We're going to come back in a little bit and talk more about Michigan, Wisconsin, maybe Minnesota.
Maybe
who knows?
Yeah, that's
and certainly Iowa.
You're back. Your neck of the woods. Chris, like I said, Christmas come early,
If Minnesota goes red, it's because it's a landslide. I'm just telling you as a Minnesotan.
Hey, well, with 87% chance there, you never know.
You never know. You never know.
So.
I'm Ed Morrissey from hotair.com. My partner in crime here, Matt Vespa from townhall.com. This is Decision 2016, America in the Balance. We'll be back with more, so stay tuned.
See ya.
Welcome back to Town Hall Media's coverage of Election Night 2016, Decision 2016, America in the Balance. And the balance is definitely tilting in one direction so much that Caleb Howe has actually put on the Make America Great Again cap.
As I have all along. I continue my enthusiastic support.
The bandwagon expands.
For
This is
Donald J.
amazing.
Trump.
This is amazing. Well, look, I was a reluctant voter for Donald Trump, but I did vote for Donald Trump. I said I was going to do a couple months ago, and I confirmed it earlier today. And Hugh Hewitt was on MSNBC not too long ago saying that there seems to be a whole lot of people who felt that way. Because clearly we didn't expect to see this type of support in the polls.
That's right.
Right before we went on, CNN was reporting that Donald Trump has now gone into the lead in Pennsylvania, the state he said all along was the key to his success. Now, as it turns out, he probably didn't need Pennsylvania because he's leading in Michigan as well. They've called Wisconsin for him.
Right.
Called Iowa for him.
North Carolina.
Arizona looks good. North Carolina, they called for him. He won Florida. So he may have been on his way to a fairly safe cushion in the Electoral College. But if he does manage to take Pennsylvania, I mean, that's the first Republican since
1988.
1988,
Right.
since
Yep.
George H.W. Bush won it.
Right.
I mean, this is amazing. So now suddenly this looks a lot more credible. You have the New York Times live presidential forecast, and this thing's been pegged at greater than 95% for Trump for probably about an hour or so now. I mean, they've been saying that for quite some time. They're projecting out 309, 308 in that range here of Electoral College votes. They're still predicting a Hillary Clinton popular vote. And the reason for this is California, New York.
Right.
Sure.
Right?
Right.
That's what the reason for this is. And you know that people are going to howl at the end of this.
Yeah.
That there's some sort of illegitimacy to this, and that would be quite clearly evidence of a failure of our high schools to teach civics properly for the last 50 years, because this is actually a perfectly rational outcome when you have two states with that huge population in it. So
It's actually evidence of why we have the electoral college.
I would say yes. This is why we have the electoral college, so you don't have a couple of states dictating the
Because that's
outcome of the
all.
election.
If there's no electoral college, and you're right, then New York and California would pretty much decide every presidential election,
Right.
In a sense. So
Exactly.
yeah, no, this
And
is perfect.
I did not properly introduce everybody, so let me get to that. Caleb Howe from redstate.com. We were poking fun at Caleb's brand new headwear here. Although you don't need it as much as I do, you know.
No,
the
not
headwear.
quite.
Not quite. And Jay Caruso from redstate.com, both very good friends of mine and longtime conservative commentators and activists. Trump wasn't your guy, clearly, prior to this election. So let me ask you this. I mean, you guys were pretty vocal about this, and Red State, pretty much as an aggregate, was pretty vocal about being opposed to Donald Trump.
We have a few writers who were not.
Few diarists who weren't, but
well, front page. We have an editor, Dan Spencer.
Dan Spencer.
Oh, Dan Spencer, of course, yeah. Dan Spencer was
pro-Trump.
Pro-Trump, right? That's correct. So let me ask you this. I mean, since we seem to be on the verge of a Trump victory, and I hesitate to say this because, going back to my days in sports, which were few and very inglorious indeed, but I still have this, concern about jinxing things at the last minute by celebrating a little too early. And so, assuming that Trump will win tonight, and it's looking very much that direction right at the moment.
Right.
What do you think? I mean, what are your thoughts on a Trump victory at this point?
Well, I think one of the things that I've certainly said all along is we're expecting bad things from whoever wins. So I think the biggest thing to expect going forward is disappointment for people that enthusiastically support him, because I expect he's going to squish out a lot. So
Yeah. Jay?
Yeah, I mean, politicians are always going to disappoint you. I think what's amazing is all we've read for the last couple of months is how the Republican Party is doomed.
Yeah.
And now, and I'm a Trump supporter, but he still is a Republican on the party ticket. So he's going to be, and if he wins, he's likely going to go into office with a Republican-controlled Senate and a Republican-controlled House. And then you take all the state houses and all the governorships that the Republican Party has, and they're probably they probably have holding more power than they've held in 50 years.
Yeah,
so
they're remarkably lively for a dead guy, right?
Right. It's like I was saying earlier. It's you've been hearing reports of the GOP's demise, but tonight it's the Democrats who took a real beating.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit. Again, assuming that this works out the way we think it's going to work out, what does this say about the Democratic Party? And specifically, what does it say about Barack Obama, who came into office 8 years ago with a Democratic Senate and a Democratic House, and will, if things work out the way that we think they're going to work out, will have lost the House, the Senate, and the White House. I mean, is this on Obama? He's popular right now. He's got a 54% approval rating.
60%. It's 60% on him. It's 40% on her. But we predicted. I think everybody did. You guys did. Way back at the beginning of the primary, that it would be very difficult for a Republican to lose this year, and the only one who could come close to losing
was Donald Trump. But, although I didn't expect them to hold the Senate. That is going to be a surprise for me, just because the numbers looked really bad. Ron Johnson's
going to win
that's
big.
Right.
He's going to win huge in Wisconsin,
North
and
Carolina
I never
was a
would have
rout.
predicted that. Yeah,
North Carolina was a rout. We got
as
far as I'm
Marco
concerned,
Rubio won easily.
Marco Rubio.
We kind of figured that, though.
Yeah.
I mean, when he jumped back in the race, he's a popular guy in Florida. People,
What
even
happened
though he
with
didn't win.
Toomey, by the way?
Well, what's interesting about Toomey, and I just got done writing this on the live blog. Remember that Toomey ran basically away from Donald Trump,
Right.
the whole year, right? This is what's ironic, right? Now Trump is narrowly edged into the lead, and I haven't double-checked the Senate race, but for the last hour or so, or 2 hours, the margins in both races have been almost identical. I mean, it's almost the same race in the presidential race as it is in the Senate race in Pennsylvania. So the irony is, and I hope Toomey wins because I really like him as a senator.
So do I.
Sure.
Okay. But the irony is, and we're going to look at this here in just a moment. You can see that Donald Trump's edged out to a 0.2% lead. That's about 10,000 votes right now is the lead. And if we scroll down, we should be able to see Pat Toomey is in the lead by 0.3 points. And you can see that this is about that's about a 15,000 vote lead, right? So they're almost identical positions
Now,
in these
McGinty-
races, which cracks me up because Toomey was running so far away from Donald Trump, they're going to wind up in exactly the same spot.
That's
They're
right.
basically yoked together in
They are.
Pennsylvania.
Right.
McGinty was they put, I think, a lot into her.
They did.
I mean, they had Barack Obama, Michelle Obama. Their last big event was for Hillary, but up there they talked about McGinty. They had her stand up.
Yep.
They had the rock concert there, so they put a lot of effort into that race.
And again, what does this say about Barack Obama? Now, you said 60% him, 40% Hillary.
Sure. Well, because with voters, it's always the same thing. It's how bad have the last 8 years been? That's going
Right.
to be that, and they've been bad.
So
And I think Donald Trump, when he really started honing in on the increases, the premium increases
Yep.
that were coming with Obamacare, that I think helped him out a lot. Because
You know what?
people were like, "You're right."
I
This has been
predicted
a
this
joke."
2 months ago for the Senate that the Obamacare rate increases were going to be a game changer for the Senate races because it was going to hit a week before open enrollment started a week before the election.
That's right.
And voters had only a few days to absorb what they were seeing in these massive
Massive, yeah.
premium increases, massive deductible increases. And so this leads me to my next question. If Donald Trump wins, as we think he's going to do, and certainly as the New York Times is predicting he's going to win, and Republicans retain control of the Senate, what's the very first policy question that gets settled in 2017? Because I think it's Obamacare.
So do I.
I think they repeal Obamacare and they put in the Republican replacement, which has been floating around now for a few months.
It's just hard for me to accept that kind of successful leadership in the party. It's hard to picture it.
I suspect that will get driven by the House and Senate. I'll draw you an analogy. I actually think that this is going to be somewhat like the Obama presidency. In this
No, I mean in the House and Senate. I'm saying.
Oh no, I think
Yeah.
no. They've been shooting repeals up to the Senate, and
And all they've kept saying is, well, let us get the House, let us get the Senate, now let us get the presidency, and we can really
Then
do
we can
this.
do it.
Well, I mean, again, this goes back to a civics lesson. That's what you needed to do. We
need
needed
to-
Mitt Romney to win that election in 2012
We
in order
did.
to repeal it.
Yeah.
Before it took effect, and unfortunately, that didn't happen. A lot of people have felt a lot of pain. But
No,
at
I'm
least,
pretty sure that it was the establishment just failed to do their jobs. That's what I've been told by the people who won today. So it was
Well,
all
they must be right.
The establishment.
They must be right,
The
Caleb Howe.
elites
The elites did not do their job.
did not do their job.
Well, frankly, I wrote a book about how the elites
You
really
did?
didn't do their job. So I don't necessarily disagree with that analysis. I didn't think that they would be able to pull it off the way that they did, though, in this. And I honestly thought they were going the wrong direction. I think it's not a sustainable direction without a celebrity candidate at the top of the ticket. But it is at least a win. And if we get it, if we actually end up with the W,
Boy,
with
what does that mean, though?
with the W today, I mean, I'll take the W, but
What does that mean for the future, though? If you need a, if you need a big,
I think the only real
Kanye
policy.
West. So people are.
No, I mean, and the reason why the celebrity candidate works. I mean, Barack Obama kind of sort of turned himself into a celebrity candidate. in
no,
2008,
not even
right?
sort
Without
of.
a doubt.
Absolutely,
Right?
yeah.
But
definitely.
I mean, they treated him like a rock star,
Yes.
and all that kind of stuff. But he did actually come up through politics, so we don't want to necessarily overstate that. But
no, but they deliberately remade him into a celebrity as part of the campaign.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so Republicans have now responded with another celebrity
With a
candidate. And the reason why is because Republicans haven't done a good enough job of going into other communities and building their base in a way that is sustainable.
Yeah,
So
these are things red state's been writing for years.
And I've been writing about that. I wrote about it in the book. And so
you
what I can
haven't
say
said
is
the name of your book.
Going Red. Going
Going
Red
Red.
is the name of my book. Going Red.
We were quoting it earlier.
Oh, thank you. So I'm looking forward to Bruce Willis running in 2024. And no, but seriously, if Donald Trump wins, I'll throw this question out to you. Do you think that he is more than a one-term president?
No,
I don't think either one of these two are going to
Neither
be
one
more,
of them,
would have been more than a one-term president.
I would
Jay
be
is,
surprised
Jay
if
is
he,
mulling it.
It depends.
I'd be surprised if he
I think
wants
I-
to be 2 terms.
Same here. Yeah, I think one and done
One
would
and
suit
done.
him. Would suit him
It,
just
it
fine.
might, but if we get 4 years and the economy is doing well, and again, he can say, "Look what I did the last 4 years," as opposed to what.
Yeah, but then
And
he can,
also, if he doesn't have to do a lot of the work, if Pence does a lot of the work.
or well, Pence or whoever he chooses as
Right.
chief of staff.
Yeah.
I mean,
But if he
we're
can,
going to start looking at all these personnel things that, honestly, people were floating these things out a couple of days ago. Oh, Reince Priebus might be chief of staff.
Yeah,
And I'm
yeah.
thinking, this is really interesting. Hypotheticals in a situation that's never going to actually occur, and yet here we are.
Sean Hannity was chalkboarding his dream team of Trump picks like two months ago.
Hey, look, Sean Hannity turned out to have, at least to some extent, his finger on the pulse of what was going on.
Sure.
yeah.
And I like Sean because I've met Sean a few times. And he seems to be a pretty nice guy. I think he went off the deep end in supporting Trump this time around. But again, I think the events seem to have vindicated his position here.
Sure.
Caleb's.
Well, sometimes you can predict the outcome correctly by accident, not because you
Yeah,
have
well,
any particular knowledge.
I think there's going to be a whole lot of that
Yeah.
that's going on. You still get to claim the W, though. It's
Yeah, so do
Yes.
I, because I said in my prediction post that the winner today would be Putin. Because I figure no matter which one of them won,
Look, when the opposing quarterback butt fumbles, as Jets fans would probably cringe at this analogy.
that
But
one.
when the opposing quarterback butt fumbles, the other quarterback still gets a chance to claim the win.
yes.
This has got to be. It's got to be the political equivalent of a Mark Sanchez butt fumble for the Democrats, does it not?
Yeah, it is.
They had
And
every advantage going into this.
Wouldn't it be great to be a fly on the wall within that Hillary campaign headquarters right now, just to see what's going on there?
I
Oh, I can tell you
actually,
what's going on. She's taking a nap.
I actually, having sat through the 2012 election night in Hugh Hewitt Studios, I am not going to poke fun at anybody who is in tears at the end of a presidential election cycle. I mean, I've lived through this a few times with the first 2 Clinton elections.
He's being totally honest, because earlier we turned it to MSNBC, and there was a little bit of laughing going on, and Ed's like, I'm not participating in this.
It's like, no, I've been there. I don't, and they were suicidal. I mean, they were.
It was bad. It was bad.
I wasn't even going to be that sad if we ended up losing tonight, because I was kind of prepared for it, right?
Right.
They were, and this is the thing.
Nicole Wallace said she was
clearly not
afraid she was
prepared
going to be
for this.
No.
deported.
Was it Nicole Wallace?
Yes.
I couldn't remember who said that. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was about. And one of the, well, I won't get into that. But clearly unexpected result. Clearly unexpected. You can see, even on Fox News, I think to a certain extent, people are a little stunned over there. Certainly on CNN and on MSNBC, they were describing some. Brian Williams is anchoring and he's doing a fine job. He's doing it, while the artillery shells are raining in on the thing. But so
he did come in on a helicopter.
He did come in on a helicopter,
Landed on the roof and
rappelled down the side of the building. So,
Very dramatic.
But somebody was just Steve Kornacki was describing how Republicans look like they're going to take Michigan, and that when it cut back to Brian Williams, he kind of looked into the camera and said, "Well." And so
there's that long pause.
It was a long pause, and finally we just turned it off because it was we changed the channel because again I felt bad. I kind of felt bad, but we haven't won it yet.
No jinxes.
No jinxes. But we did see Pennsylvania slip into the lead for the first time. I think Donald Trump slipped into the lead for the first time in Pennsylvania with about 90% of precincts reporting. And most of what's still left out there is rural Pennsylvania. So,
well, even if somehow he didn't win, it's still a big win tonight for Republicans versus Democrats.
Oh, I think so too. Yeah. Let's take a look. They have Pennsylvania's basically tied right now in the New York Times thing here. Michigan, Trump is ahead, and they're projecting wins for in both states. Wisconsin's already called, Florida's already called, North Carolina's already called. They finally called Georgia. I don't know what took them so long to call Georgia. They're not showing Wisconsin called in this, but Wisconsin's been called by Fox and Associated Press.
Yeah,
right.
Arizona is likely to be not much of a problem here, and New Hampshire, I mean, they're showing it going to Hillary Clinton here.
Jillstown.
CNN has it like tied.
Yeah, she's up by 15 votes right now in New Hampshire.
She is. Okay, so Lee Wolf is telling me that she's up by just a handful of votes in New Hampshire.
Now, he was up earlier, though.
He's
right?
been
It's
up by about
trading
2
back and
percentage
forth,
points for a while now, actually. But that state brings its returns in slowly, and it's difficult to see where exactly the missing votes were. So all right, so
The most important win, Pat McCrory
won. Or it looks like he's going to win.
It looks like he's going to
It looks like he's going to win. Very tight race, but Republicans swept in North Carolina.
Yes.
Unexpectedly so.
Yes. Picked
Uh,
up
Ron Johnson. We got to talk about Ron Johnson a little bit.
the citizen.
I am amazed. This is a guy who doesn't like to campaign.
Right.
Clearly does not like to campaign. Does it because it's part of his job, but is
Not super good at it.
Not super good at it. Not super good at fundraising. He did get some help from the Republican Party.
Yeah.
Not a ton of it at first, but then the race narrowed a bit, and they started running some money into Wisconsin. But this wasn't even close in the end.
Yeah.
It was a 6.3 percentage win, and I mean, I think prior to tonight, the best result we saw in any of the polls was he was trailing by a point in
That's
Marquette.
right. That's right.
Marquette being legit the gold standard of polling in Wisconsin. They do a good job of polling in Wisconsin. And even they missed this by 7 points, 7 full points.
Yeah.
Well, that's your area. It's your neck of the woods there.
It is. And these are the type of people that you would expect a Trump campaign to be able to reach. Now, Trump actually did some campaigning in Wisconsin. Hillary Clinton didn't do any campaigning. She never set foot in Wisconsin. Not once. She sent Tim Kaine there. But she never showed up. And I think that's,
Now,
if
when
it
you
comes
say-
down to this, I'm sorry.
Wouldn't you say that's the demographic there is the demographic that's deciding the election this time?
Yes, I think it is. And outside of Milwaukee, Dane, and Madison counties, which are the big numbers for Democrats come out of those three counties. Madison is a state capital. Dane is Dane is Madison. Milwaukee is Milwaukee, and those are the big draws. Those are where the big numbers come up out of. You have to win big in the northeastern quadrant of the state, Brown County, Green Bay area, Fox River Valley.
Sure.
And I thought that there were ways to do that, and I don't think the Trump campaign did that so much by talking about the EPA, by talking about specifics about how the EPA is just hammering Fox River Valley farms and industry. But clearly he was engaging voters at a more visceral level, and didn't need to get into those policy details in order to motivate them. And I think people are just angry and fed up after 8 years of Obama and 8 years of, I think they want one-party governance again. They just want it from a different party.
Oh, you look at what happened with Paul Ryan, his election. He squeaked through his primary with a 70-point win, and it looks like he's just going to eke out a victory with a 40-point win in the general election.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Ryan was never in any serious danger. I know that
Close.
I know that there were Trump people who were trying to make a lot of hay about Paul Ryan being in trouble, but all of us who understood that district understood that Paul Ryan was never in any danger whatsoever in either election. But okay, let's finish up on this. You brought up Paul Ryan. You guys brought up Paul Ryan, and certainly a lot of us have seen Paul Ryan as is sort of the future of leadership for the Republican Party. This is a guy who goes into he's sort of like the new Jack Kemp of the Republican Party, and he's a Kemp disciple. He worked for Kemp, and he's
Love
gone.
Jack Kemp.
I'm sorry?
I said I love Jack Kemp.
I love Jack Kemp too. Jack Kemp was about going into the inner cities, making Republicans part of those communities, preaching prosperity policies,
Right.
and putting them in place so that the people who lived in these blighted areas could rebuild their own communities,
Right.
and have a measure of prosperity in these urban centers rather than having the massive flight outside of them.
Right. A tangible result where they are.
That's the Paul Ryan, Marco Rubio
That's right.
framed future of the Republican
they
Party,
frame
right?
it as opportunity conservatism.
That's right.
Opportunity conservatism, right? What does this election do to that? Is Paul Ryan actually a leader of the Republican Party anymore? Other than obviously ex officio as being Speaker of the House.
Well, I mean, Trump is going to have to work with these guys. I mean, he
wants to.
He's a deal maker. So now is the time he's going to prove that he can make these deals. And so with the Republican Congress behind him, they could. Is he going to get some of what he wants? Yes. They're going to get some of what they want? Yes. One thing we didn't talk about tonight was the Supreme Court.
Yes.
Is Donald Trump going to replace Scalia with somebody who is in the mold of Scalia? So that's going to be a big test for him.
Yep.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge
That's a
test.
huge
That's
test.
the test of whether he's going to keep his...
That's the easiest part of all, though, because actually my feeling on that is that Donald Trump really doesn't care about the court that much.
Yeah.
And I think I don't mean to say that in a completely dismissive way.
Right.
It's just not that important to him. And I think he's willing to throw the bone to the conservatives on that because it's not an issue that matters to him that much. So
It's because he doesn't consider it part of his legacy because it's a little too intangible to say, well, you're going to have good results
He
for
wants
20
to build
years.
the bridges and
Right,
have his
he
name
wants
on
something
them.
you can see right now.
He wants the ARRA signs out
That's
on the
right.
road,
But
except with
the thing
Trump
is,
on it
will
instead.
he be effective for whoever he chooses? Because they're going to, the Democrats are going to attack whoever it is, and so Trump's going to see that as a reflection of him.
Right, suddenly
And he doesn't-
obstructionism is going to be a good word in
Oh,
DC.
please, yes, yeah. Suddenly the filibuster is going to have, it's going to be strange new respect for the filibuster in
that's
the
right.
Senate when this rolls around.
No question.
But I mean, I honestly think that that's going to be the easiest part of the Trump conservative relationship is going to be the Supreme Court.
Well, that's the two different things, isn't it? There's
Have
the
we got
Trump-Republican relationship.
Have we got a projection? We got a projection coming
in
right now. Let's see if it's important.
Oh,
Nevada.
No.
No, we kind of thought Nevada was going to be Hillary Clinton's anyway,
Right.
based on early voting. But I actually think that that's going to be the easiest part. I think it's going to be on the fiscal policies that.
But that's the relationship he has to fix. The relationship with the party is going to be easy. notion that the voters have that there's this irrevocable rift now inside that's nonsense. Once he gets in D.C., they're all gonna be working together, one big happy team. It's the conservatives in the base. It's the conservative voters. It's the conservative activists and radio hosts and people like that. That's where the rift is, and the biggest bone he can throw is a Supreme Court pick that they want.
Right.
They pick, basically.
Right. And I think he's going to listen to guys like Hugh Hewitt on that, because he knows and respects Hugh Hewitt's ability on discerning the legal nuances.
As long as he doesn't keep letting the Peter Thiels of the world have his ear.
Yeah. Well, I think that some of those people have probably earned a spot at the ear for a while at least.
Yeah.
But
that's a shame.
But I think that's the easiest bone he's going to throw to conservatives. It's the one that they really wanted.
That's the one.
And that's the one. And he needs to keep them in for the next midterm election, basically.
Maybe he's listening right now.
Yeah.
Pick someone that we like.
Don't pick Harriet Myers.
No.
Do not pick Harriet Myers.
Why did you even? You said you don't like to jinx things. Why did you say that?
Ed Morrissey.
Now it's
super
in his
jinx.
head.
Ed Morrissey, super jinx. Oh my gosh. Good point. Well, we should get back to checking out the races, but we're going to come back with more. I mean, we're here all night, folks.
All night.
Try the lobster. It's delicious. Don't forget to tip your waitress. I'm Ed Morrissey from HotAir.com, Caleb Howe, Jay Caruso from RedState.com. We're here live at the Townhall Media Group's offices for Decision 2016, America in the Balance. And the balance is definitely now trending red. Stay tuned for more. We'll be back. Welcome back to Townhall Media Group's Decision 2016 America in the Balance. I'm Ed Morrissey of hotair.com. Joining me is Matt Vespa from Townhall.com. And
it's actually no longer in the balance, Ed. It's pretty much decided.
Yeah,
it's gone Trump.
Everything has gone Trump. Pennsylvania just got called by the Associated Press, while CNN hasn't even yet called Wisconsin yet. AP called this like an hour and a half ago.
Get it together, guys.
Total losers.
Yeah, exactly. Total losers. Get it together.
Losers.
Low energy.
Low-energy.
Lacks the competitive zeal to win.
So, Pennsylvania flips.
Yeah.
First time since 1988.
Yeah. And Wisconsin flips. First time since 84.
Wisconsin flips first time since 84. And that is, I mean, we're still waiting on Michigan, but Donald Trump still leads in Michigan.
And
we just haven't gotten a call.
And he's leading in Arizona.
In fact, right now, the New York Times, with 89% of the vote in, shows Donald Trump up in Michigan by 1.8 points. So if that holds up.
He's also leading in Arizona by 3.6 points. And if he wins either one of these, it's the ball game.
Well, I think it's interesting. If he ends up winning Wisconsin and Michigan, I think it's interesting, too. We've been bagging on CNN here just briefly about not calling Wisconsin, but the New York Times hasn't called it, even though they're projecting him to win.
Yeah.
They haven't called it yet. Apparently there's, I don't know if there's some precincts in Waukesha that still haven't come in, or precincts in Dane or Milwaukee counties.
Or just could be the inability to accept reality. As I was guilty of.
I mean, they
beginning of this primary.
They have called. The New York Times has called Pennsylvania. You can see that they've called Pennsylvania here, and you can see that they've already called North Carolina. They're pretty close on Arizona. You can see greater than 95% chance of Trump winning. But what I think is going to be really remarkable about this is with Pennsylvania, North Carolina, West Virginia, and then up into Michigan and Wisconsin. I mean, that is the Rust Belt arc there that we just really weren't sure was going to materialize.
Yeah, but, I will say, Democratic strategist Paul Begala, a long time ago, months ago, did warn about how this was the highway for Trump. These were the states where the electorate, 30% of the electorate was, high school education or less, white working class, which formed the backbone of his campaign, and he can ride that road all the way to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and he has.
And I talked about this. I think it was in I think it was about a year ago. I wrote about this in a Fiscal Times column that I wrote. Said Donald Trump. People need to take Donald Trump seriously.
Yeah.
Because Donald Trump can win the primary, and he can also win the election. And this is how it is. And I said there are two paths, generally speaking, that people think about going to the White House. One is the 2012 path, which is to recapture the states that Romney wasn't able to capture, or that Barack Obama took away from Republicans in 2008 and 2012. And the other was this Rust Belt path, which included Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, and into Colorado, although that didn't pan out. Colorado did not pan out, but this is the path. And,
it is.
And here it has arrived. And, I think that we're kind of at a loss here because I don't think any of us really came into today thinking that this was going to be the outcome, and I think a lot of us are very pleasantly surprised.
I am, and I said this before we went live. I could never feel so good about being wrong.
Yes.
About this race, and I'll be the first to admit it. You got to admit when you're wrong,
right?
And I kind of thought Donald Trump was a joke. I really didn't like his candidacy, but when he got 1237 and clinched the nomination, he was the best candidate to defeat Hillary Clinton, which was, I think, on every one of our minds.
Right.
So, strange ways that this works.
I think that obviously we made predictions based on what we saw, the evidence that we saw.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of questions about how that evidence is compiled in the future, of course. This is on the same level as the 2014 polling issues that came up in the midterms, or Brexit over in the UK, where they missed that until almost the very end, where they kind of started to catch up to it a little bit. I don't think they ever really caught up to it here. We did see the race narrowing in the last week, which everybody kind of assumed was a James Comey thing, but I don't think that
No.
was James Comey.
No,
This
no.
was not James Comey. This was
Yeah.
not the emails. Not.
Yeah.
It wasn't the FBI.
Yeah. And Monmouth Polling said that the momentum towards Trump in Pennsylvania specifically occurred way before.
Yes.
The Comey letter was delivered to
I
Congress.
talked to Sean Trendy about this.
Yeah.
Last week on my show.
Yeah.
And Sean Trendy was saying, this move back to Trump started in mid-October.
Yeah.
In the polling. And again, the polling really, I think, was a big miss this time around.
Yeah.
And so it was, which is interesting because it was actually pretty accurate in the primaries. It captured the Trump vote in the primaries.
Very good.
But they didn't capture
No.
it in the general election.
Well, maybe it's because they didn't capture what apparently is these shy Trump voters that came out in droves.
Right.
It might have been 2 to 3%, but if there are 2 to 3% white working class voters and a 70% majority electorate, that is enough to change an election.
It is.
So, hats off to Trump. Of course, it was a very unusual election, given the fact that the campaign didn't really engage in a lot of get out the vote operations that typically accompany a national campaign like Romney did or attempted to do.
The
But
RNC
did.
The RNC did a lot of
Yeah,
that.
but it's supposed to be in conjunction usually. The
Yeah,
national
again,
campaign and the RNC. But,
and this is what I was talking about, is the
Yeah.
fact that it's not terribly effective if the presidential campaign isn't participating in it. But take a look at what happened in the Senate.
yeah,
The Republicans have retained control of the Senate. It's been pretty much confirmed now.
Yeah.
Toomey won his race in Pennsylvania as well.
Ron Johnson.
Johnson
survived a very tough, at what was thought to have been a very tough challenge from his former rival Russ Feingold, but
Yep.
he won handily. It looked like the work that the RNC has put into these states, that they said that they have invested time and energy and resources into, has paid off.
It has paid off. Now, we still don't know what's going on in New Hampshire because
Yeah.
for a long time, Donald Trump and Kelly Ayotte were leading in New Hampshire. Over the last 30 minutes or so, more precincts have come in, and Maggie Hassan has gone in front of Kelly Ayotte, and Hillary Clinton slightly ahead of Donald Trump in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
New Hampshire really doesn't matter anymore.
No.
But
No.
because he's going to win Arizona pretty handily. It looks like he's going to win Michigan pretty handily. And he's going to be well over 300 electoral college votes by the time this evening is over, thanks to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's a landslide.
But Ayotte will be a loss in the Senate. If she loses, that will be a keenly felt loss.
Yeah.
It's remarkable that Republicans are still going to come out of this with at least 51 seats, I think.
Yeah, and at least at 221 House Republicans are going to go back to Congress.
I think it's
Congress.
actually much more than that.
So far.
I
There's
don't
some-
know that we're going to lose more than 4 or 5 House seats.
Yeah.
Which is also kind of remarkable
Yeah,
considering where we were
what's
at.
it called? I was telling you, John Katko in New York 24.
Yeah.
Very vulnerable district. Obama carried that by double digits in 2012.
Yep.
He survived re-election, his re-election bid. So it's just it's really a stunning collapse, Ed.
It really is.
I mean, we retain control of Congress. Trump wins in a landslide. There are many, like we said in the previous broadcast, many ways for the
Actually-
Democrats to gain control of the upper chamber.
We should talk about the landslide thing.
Sure.
Because in an electoral college, it's going to be a fairly significant win. 305 means that Hillary Clinton will get 233. That's what the forecast is. Well, 310. So somewhere between 310 to 228 to 305 to 233. 70-something electoral college vote win. It's significant. It's not necessarily close, but it's really not a landslide. What happens when Hillary Clinton wins the popular vote by a 1.5 or a point and a quarter?
No, the polls don't matter. That's
No, but what I'm saying
Yeah,
is that
yeah.
we were talking about this earlier. We're talking about the idea of mandates out of this election.
Yeah.
And I've been kind of discounting the idea that either candidate would come out of this with a mandate. If you end up with a popular vote loss but an electoral college vote win, I don't know that you can necessarily claim a mandate. And certainly anybody who's elected to the presidency
Yeah.
can certainly put forward their agenda. I mean, it's not like there's a special mandate clause in the Constitution
Yeah.
or anything else like that. What we're talking about is having enough political capital to really push your agenda
Sure.
through against opposition.
Yeah.
First off, he's not going to have a whole lot of opposition in Congress because Republicans are going to control both chambers of Congress
Yeah.
now. But I'm not necessarily sure that you can claim a whole lot of momentum if you lost the popular vote in the election.
Yeah.
And that'll be interesting.
Good point. Yeah, good point.
And that will be interesting because the reason why that happens is, again, we mentioned it earlier tonight, but I'll mention it again. New York and California, very populous states. They have a lot of electoral college votes,
democratic
too.
States.
Very democratic states. They're going to have, you're going to probably see Hillary Clinton win California by 3 or 4 million votes.
Yeah.
And right now, Donald Trump is, this is also including some of the California vote coming in, too. But last I saw of the popular vote, and maybe Lee Wolf can double check me on this, I think Donald Trump was up by like 1.2 million in the popular vote count, which is pretty narrow when you're talking about 130 to 140 million votes being cast. You know, you're talking about a 1% victory or a 1% loss. And so,
and speaking about narrow, let's go to your neck of the woods.
Minnesota,
where Donald Trump is only trailing Hillary Clinton by 2%.
2.2 points.
Yeah.
You know, 2 and 2/10 points.
2/10 points.
Yeah, it's hard to say that correctly.
Somebody fell asleep at the wheel.
Well, I'm very surprised about this. And there was two other surprising results coming out of Minnesota, because we actually thought that we were going to right now it looks like about a 1 point. This is the national popular vote. Donald Trump has got 56.14 million. Hillary Clinton has 54.9 million. So about a 1.2 million vote difference, what I said earlier, and that's about right. As California comes in, as Oregon comes in, as Washington comes in, that may flip around to, a 1 point or so. Clinton may or may not. I mean, we don't know, but we're expecting California to come in with a lot of votes. They had a competitive Senate race between two Democrats.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like Louisiana. They got a competitive Senate race between two Republicans.
Yeah.
So we know which party is going to hold those seats. We just don't know what name to put on it. Although we do in California, Kamala Harris.
Yeah, Kamala Harris. Yeah,
appears to have won over Loretta Sanchez. But so at any rate, Minnesota. Getting back to Minnesota, we thought that Hillary Clinton would win between 8 and 10. Do we have Donald Trump going up on?
No, that's Clinton. That's John Podesta speaking.
John Podesta speaking. Okay, well, we won't stop the broadcast for John Podesta speaking at the thing, but the remarks should be interesting.
Yeah.
Is that John Podesta?
Yeah.
Hillary won't concede?
Correct.
Oh, there you go, folks. Hillary is not conceding.
Hillary won't concede?
Well, not tonight.
Well, not tonight.
Well,
okay.
yeah.
All right, so like in 3 hours she will.
She's already asleep.
Yeah, she's already... He will. She will. Okay. Okay, for now, they're kind of throwing a temper tantrum, but they'll probably...
Well, I think what they're waiting for is they're waiting for more certainty to come out of Michigan. They're waiting for more certainty to come out of... you got Wisconsin that's still on the board over at CNN.
But everybody else is...
so she's not going to come out right away. That means if they've come out and announced that means that Donald Trump's free to go out and make a victory speech.
Yeah.
So traditionally, the what you do is you allow your opponent to come out and concede before you claim victory. So it's kind of weird to have Podesta go out there and do this, though.
Yeah. Well, it was a rough night for Mr. Podesta.
Yeah,
they're
very fired up.
Yeah,
over
his spirit cooking couldn't get them over the top.
Spirit cooking. Getting back to Minnesota.
Yeah, sorry. Getting back to Minnesota.
No. I really expected to see Hillary Clinton win by about
look at that,
8 points. You've got
that is
90% reporting, and you've got about a 40,000 vote lead for Hillary Clinton in Minnesota. Now, if you scroll back up so that I can see the state itself, and it's not on this screen over here. Lee Wolf is pulling this up. A couple things that you should notice. First off, it looks like none of the precincts are fully in.
Yeah,
you see that because it's all in light blue.
What counties are these, Ed? Right here?
Those are rural counties.
Oh, so they're Republican counties.
You could expect those to be Republican counties. But the Minneapolis-St. Paul area is going to be pretty heavily Democratic.
Yeah, Twin Cities.
Twin Cities has half of all of Minnesota's, within that 7-county metro area, has half of all of Minnesota's population. You take a look up at Duluth here, and you see that Duluth is going, those counties up there in Duluth are going Democrat. That's what we expect. That's the Iron Range area up there. That's the having a lot of union folks are up there. But that's also the area that we actually thought was going to go Donald Trump's way.
Yeah.
And it apparently isn't doing that. And so Stuart Mills is running neck and neck with Rick Nolan up there to challenge for a democratically held House seat. But last I saw, with 75% of the precincts in, Rick Nolan was hanging on by about 1.5 points. The upside, though, is that we thought that Minnesota's 2nd congressional district, which is where I live, and where John Klein has retired. He's going to complete his final term, of course, at the end of December. We actually thought the Democrats were winning that race based on some polling that we saw a couple of weeks ago. Jason Lewis, the former talk radio host, is running for that House seat in my district.
Yeah.
And a Survey USA poll had him down about 5.5 points and had Trump down in that district. Well, that's flipped around now, and with the last I looked, it was 53% of the vote in that district. Jason Lewis had an 8-point lead. So we're hearing some whoops over here.
Yeah.
What were the whoops about?
What were the whoops about, guys?
Van Jones said you won, and what's his face said, say it again. He said you won.
Corey Lewandowski.
Van Jones and Corey Lewandowski have been kind of having this colloquy on CNN while they don't report results, of course.
Well, I mean, because CNN doesn't want to report any more results for the time being.
Saying it's hypocrisy for Clinton to say Trump should have conceded, and she's doing what she said for him not to do.
Yeah.
Well, it is hypocrisy. Although I don't know that what she said. I don't think that the reason why she's not conceding is because she's alleging election fraud. I think what they're saying is that the results aren't complete yet, and they're going to wait for the results to be complete.
Okay.
This is about as complete as it's going to get.
Yeah.
Give
it up, lady.
It's pretty much.
I mean,
over.
come on. Yeah, it's over. Party's over.
The party is over. Here.
Go home, take a nap, relax, take a nap, go home. It's over.
It's over.
Done.
Big league.
Finished.
It's finished.
Finished.
Big league.
Total choke artist.
Total choke artist.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Minnesota's interesting.
Yeah.
And I didn't think it would get this close, but I don't think it's going to get much closer than this.
So, what about future elections? Like, do we need another Donald Trump type of neo-populist to be competitive in Minnesota, or can a Marco Rubio,
I think Marco Rubio could have, based on
Minnesota.
this, I think Marco Rubio might have had a shot at winning Minnesota.
Okay.
Remember, he actually did win the primary.
He did.
Well, not the primary, the caucus. We don't have a primary. We have a primary, but it doesn't mean anything. They're actually going to change that.
Okay.
The legislatures decided to become a primary state rather than a caucus state.
Okay.
So at least for the presidential elections, and thank goodness
so
for
in
that.
4 years.
Well, in
We'll
4
see.
years, Donald Trump might be running for re-election at this point. But yeah, I think that. Yeah, I think somebody like Marco Rubio might have been able to take Minnesota.
Okay.
Although it's hard to say, because I don't know if Marco Rubio would have turned out the same voters that turned out for Donald Trump.
What about John Kasich?
Again, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
John Kasich and Donald Trump are actually talking to the same voters.
Yeah.
But they can't stand each other. So,
Yeah, so it's kind of bizarre.
I actually thought that John Kasich might end up being the running mate on this ticket, but Kasich just simply said flat out, I'm not ever going to do anything with Trump.
Yeah.
And that didn't seem to bother Trump in Ohio tonight. Notice he won.
No, he won handedly.
Impressively, yes.
He won handedly.
And so.
But I think it also helps when he picked another Rust Belt governor, which was
Indiana's Mike Pence, who I think is going to be a fine vice president.
Yeah.
And I think he will be a good liaison between the White House and Congress.
Yeah.
I think he'll serve that role well.
Yeah.
I also think he'll serve as a good advisor to Donald Trump.
Very good advisor.
Yeah, and I think it'll be a necessary position. Mm-hmm. We'll see how much that Donald Trump is willing to take his advice.
Yeah.
But the Trump presidency appears to be
upon us,
a reality.
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting to see how many Democrats actually do follow through on their we should just all unite behind the winner rhetoric after losing this election.
Yeah.
So
we'll see what happens. I kind of want to see how many of those shy Trump voters are. I want to know that number.
I want to know where they're at.
Yeah.
I want to know where they turned out.
Yeah.
Because this is impressive.
Because
no other way to
Sean
describe it.
Trendy kind of had a good idea where these people might live and who they were.
Selena Zito.
And Selena Zito. for
Selena
example.
Zito's been talking about this since last
Selena
year.
Zito's been going everywhere to bars and schools and
she was
residences.
saying people don't realize how strong this impulse is to just clear the decks and get rid of the bums and start over from scratch.
And and vote for somebody who they feel really has their back. And when Donald Trump was like, I'm going to reopen the coal mines and put the coal miners back to work. I think tax businesses that leave the United States.
Yeah, well, I don't know
stuff
how
like
effective
that. Yeah, I know that's
going
going to be, but they like to hear that because no one else was
right. Nobody else was talking about.
Yeah,
these
they
issues.
kind of leave them out in the wind to dry. So
that's exactly right.
Yeah, you know what?
Well, we're gonna
revolution.
We got front seats at the revolution this time here at Townhall Media Group. We're gonna come back with more a little bit later on.
Yep.
From Townhall Media Group's decision 2016, America in the Balance. Now tilting very much to the right. America's in the balance. I'm Ed Morrissey from HotAir.com. Matt Vespa from Townhall.com. We'll be back with more later on. Stay tuned. you.